It is a football Friday, and Bills' season is upon us as they'll get their season underway on a Sunday night at home against Baltimore. Pre-game will get underway on Sunday at 1 p.m., carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20. We'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. No player has been ruled out as of now for the Bills, but head coach Sean McDermott did confirm this morning on the Extra Point Show that both Trey White and Tyler Bass would not practice today. For White, it's a third straight practice. Bass, a second straight. We will get official word on their game designation later today when the injury report comes out. And when we do, the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander did speak with the media today. He says he has no doubts he'll play on Sunday, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely both again did not practice. Nothing official, but the expectation is neither will be playing. Tonight, Chiefs-Chargers down in Brazil, kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game is going to be over on YouTube, and it will be free. Chargers guard Mekhi Becton, he is questionable tonight. He's a new addition to the injury report, and is due to an illness, while Chiefs rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals is out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott is questionable. For the rest of the weekend, Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is out versus the Raiders with a hamstring. Dolphins tight end Darren Waller is unlikely to play against Indy. He has a hip strain. And then good news for the Giants. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors is expected to play against Washington. He's dealing with back tightness. And then in baseball, the Bisons do have a single admission doubleheader at home today versus Syracuse. First pitch for game one, just a little after 4:30. You can listen to both games on our sister station, the Bet 1520. And then just after 7, Blue Jays at Yankees. They start a 3-game series, and the Jays currently hold a 3-game lead in the AL East. And then at 6:40, the Mets at the Cincinnati Reds. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
My dad's not here right now. He's still at work. So I'm going to blast him.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I'm going to see if there's a clean version so that my parents and the people at my school will not get mad at me. We've got the spritzer filled with water just in case if stuff gets too fire. I'm going to set up the speaker and I'm going to listen to
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I think this is the best
Mike Schopp
feature that I've heard in a long time. I think his flow is really good in it, and I like his aggressiveness on it, and
the Bulldog.
Put not enough effort in it. I think overall his flow was good, but I don't like that mumble rapping. That was my review of
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Didn't need the spritzer. Wasn't fire enough. No spritzer for you. No spritzer.
Football Friday on WGR brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922. I'd be a little more game day ready if not for that weather delay last night. It took a lot out of me, that weather delay. I felt like I had to. I was already pot committed for this game. And I knew it was going to be late. And I really didn't even want to turn it off because I might miss the resumption of the game. Like, I didn't even want to sort of watch an Office episode or anything like that.
Sure.
And so I sat there through all the talking. DoorDash, which can be regrettable at 11:30.
Yes, almost always. Yes.
Almost always is.
Always regrettable.
And then I didn't see another point.
I feel like I won. Because I was determined to stay up and by stay up I mean stay downstairs. I ended up last year watching a lot of these night games, the back end of the third quarter and the fourth quarter in bed, but I stayed awake and watched them. Last night I was like, I'm just gonna stay down here. It's the first game of the year, and I can sleep in tomorrow. I got no obligations. I like to get up and exercise, but whatever, I can manage. And then the delay happens. I'm like, all right, I'm going upstairs. And in the couple of minutes that it took me to just sort of get everything together, let the dog out, get him his nightly treat and everything.
Nightly treat?
Yeah, he gets a little biscuit at the end of the last time out of the house at night, he gets a biscuit.
All right.
Very routine. He very much looks forward to it. He goes to a spot in the kitchen waiting for me to go get the bag of treats and whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so whatever that took, 5 minutes, 8 minutes, I get upstairs and didn't go to the game right away. I looked at Twitter, and they'd already said the game was expected to resume around 11:30. This is maybe 10 to 11 or so.
Yep.
And I went, I'm out. I am not going to sit here for 40 minutes scrolling and doing Lord knows what, putting parlays together for the weekend. I'm just going to go to bed. And I woke up at 4:30 in the morning and really wanted to know, like, what I had parlays on the game. I wasn't super optimistic, but whatever. Wanted to see what happened.
You already had 2 Javonte Williams in your pocket.
I had that. I had a Barkley touchdown, and I needed another, and I needed a Cowboy win. And so, 4:30 in the morning, all right, what happened?
It was live.
And yeah, I was alive, but it didn't keep me awake. I'm going to sleep. Didn't even give it another thought. And when I looked at my ESPN app, the score, I'm like, 24-20. That was the score when it got delayed.
Did they resume the game?
Yeah, I'm thinking, did it get? Is this a controversial? Did they just call it and they couldn't continue it? I've never seen that happen in the NFL. I don't know what would happen. But yeah, it turns out they did finish the game. Just nothing. No points were scored. So I don't really know what. I looked at the drives, and I guess there's a CeeDee Lamb drop that hurt.
There were 3 in the game.
Okay.
One was earlier, but there were a couple of I mean, Prescott was incredible in this game.
He had a great game.
The stats don't do him justice at all. And Lamb got over 100 yards anyway.
Yeah.
But he could have had 200 if he just caught the ball, and that didn't happen.
So I got paid off. I feel like going to sleep.
I guess you're in the lead.
I got rested.
I mean, for a game to be 24-20 that early, I mean, it was 21-20 at half. The total for this game was like 46, and it was 41 points at half. I saw from Joe and Sam this morning, like, it is very unusual for a game with that kind of first half to not get to the over. That might be the second one ever or something since they've been tracking it that didn't get to 47 points from a 41-point first half.
Yeah, when I made the decision to not watch it anymore, I thought there could be 4 more touchdowns in this game before it's over. The way the first half had gone, and it was it about midway through the third quarter when they hit the delay? I don't remember
like
how
5
late it was.
minutes left in the third.
Okay, so I just thought there could still be fireworks here, but again, 40 minutes, I'm not waiting.
No.
But I was really stunned to see 24-20 when I woke up.
I mean, Dallas had a look at it. They don't win. That's how it starts the 2025 season. Before we get too far into the season, second game tonight, Bills and Ravens Sunday. Would you be up for a final preseason edition of the reverse AFC Power Rankings? We've done one in like a month, and I feel like I've let people down. Most notably the people at Empire Electric, who pay to be mentioned when we ever do the Power Rankings, and we've not done them very often. Let's see how things look going into the season. Last night's game won't matter, as it was NFC teams. It's time now for the reverse AFC Power Rankings, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Okay. How are these teams going to stack up here on the cusp of the season? Kansas City and the LA Chargers tonight. I still want to say San Diego. 16.
I'm going to say Cleveland.
I will too. Cleveland.
What a smooth start.
I'm taking Cincinnati in Survivor.
Okay, well, there you go.
I think, somehow I woke up today and I have 8 Survivor entries.
Oh, my gosh.
But I think Cincinnati is my favorite because everybody knows now how slowly they start. I think in the last 6 years, they're 1-11 in their first 2 games. All Zach Taylor. So they played their guys in the preseason this year. I feel like that's baked into the analysis of this game. And, I mean, it's Flacco and not Shadur Sanders at quarterback for the Browns, like a little bit more credibility. But I feel like Cincinnati, off of the last two frustrating years where their defense just did not hold up, especially last year, I want to think they'll be ready to go Sunday. But they went to Cleveland a couple years ago and they had like 2 yards for the game. I mean, it was a disaster. So I'm on board. It's top of mind for me right now. The Browns are bad.
I'm really interested. I mean, I don't need to go long on the Bengals here because they're not the team selected here. It's their opponent in Week 1. I'm just really curious to see one of the most consistently talked about units in the league has been the Bengal defense, and it's almost universal. They are going to be terrible. Who's Jeremy Kahn earlier this week? Like, who even are these guys? And I'm just really interested to see if it is really that bad. You know, it's the NFL. Like, I just feel like
defense.
Something could just tip that on its head, and I don't think they'll be great. I don't think everyone will be that wrong. I'm not even excluding myself here. I mean, I'm a part of that. When we talk about the Bengals, you sort of bake in can they stop anyone? But I don't know. If they could be middle of the pack, to me, they could really give the Ravens a run for the money in the division. And I don't know. I wouldn't bet against them being in the middle of the pack.
You've got Hendrickson in, Shamar Stewart. There's peace right now with the Bengals.
Yeah.
Maybe there's enough talent to not do them in.
But anyway, Cleveland is in tough, I think.
Cleveland, they'll get Judkins, it sounds like, but not for this game, it would seem. And so what when they do, maybe, unless he's just so good. Rookie running back out of Ohio State. 15.
I'll go Tennessee here. I just don't think that there's enough there
Jets
for Cam Ward to, let me stand down and get out of the way and stop talking about the Titans. No, I love it. When you ding the Jets,
never happens.
That just feels really good.
I want to hear your Cam Ward take.
Well, I'll get there when Tennessee actually gets selected. I don't know. Zach can split the tie here. I did say Tennessee.
I kind of wanted to go Tennessee here. I like Ward and pretty much nothing else there.
Right. That's where I'm at. I just don't think there's enough help. And however good he may end up being, I think it's going to be really hard for him to demonstrate a lot of that in year 1. I just don't think that there's much there. So, all right, Tennessee.
14.
Now I'm cool with the Jets.
I'll go Jets, yeah. I'm already thinking about Aaron Glenn for next week for when you make your weekly trip into, hey, Bulldog, tell me how much you hate Aaron Glenn. I'm working over here. I don't know how much. I haven't got much traction yet.
What would happen this week for you to hate him? Maybe if he's like a lunatic on the sideline. That tends to be a turnoff to fans of other teams.
See, the problem with working myself into a I hate Aaron Glenn spot is going to be that his introduction really to the NFL was how he handled Aaron Rodgers this offseason.
And you like that.
And I mean, of course, some of you were out there following his career as a coordinator and whatever. As a head coach, he shows up in New York and he treated Aaron Rodgers the way I think Aaron Rodgers deserved to be treated. So I like that, but I'm going to have to put that over on a shelf. And but I'm Googling Aaron Glenn, just so you know, trying to find some stuff.
All right. There's always something.
Sure, right.
I have a lot of Justin Fields in fantasy. I hope I can suck out on that by his running. That was the thesis of the play. If he's improved as a passer, and somehow the Jets, by basically just having Garrett Wilson and Mason Taylor, a rookie tight end, I guess, as like bona fide weapons, if Taylor even is one, it's a kind of a long shot. And likewise with the Browns play and the Bengals, I'm with Pittsburgh right now in that game at the Jets on Sunday, thinking that that's a serious defense. It's been a serious franchise, and the Jets are a completely unserious franchise, no matter how serious Glenn is. So, yeah, I mean, what's the betting market going to look like when you look at these teams ranked by win total? The Jets are
they got to be
near the bottom.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can like Glenn. and be optimistic for him and them now changing a lot about the Jets, but there's always the ownership thing. And, like, you know, remember how it felt here when we'd be talking about the Bills for days on end and the dysfunction and Buddy Nix and Marv and whatever, and somebody would call, guys, it's the owner. And be like, yeah, we know. I think the Jets are kind of in that spot. You know, it's hard, I think, to be employed and try to be credible when you, whether it's actually true or not, the impression is out there that, like, Woody Johnson's teenage kids might help him make decisions. And that's not a place you want to be.
What if they were a little older? Still
a problem.
Jerry's kids are older than
right.
me, and look at them.
Jerry's son Steven is probably my age.
Might be. 13.
Indianapolis.
I think that's a good pick here.
Okay. I was going elsewhere, but okay. 12.
Tell me about this elsewhere.
New England.
You were visiting. Okay.
New England. This is all my picks here are recency bias picks. Sam's going to come on in 15 minutes and tell us how the Patriots are going to lose to Vegas and how overrated they are. Like, I'm listening to him. It's fresh in my mind. And, okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Maybe I've gone a little bit too far hyping a Patriots team that won what last year? 4 games?
I started thinking of I think I'm picking the Raiders in the picks later. I think I have them in a parlay. I got to check to make sure. Yeah, the I don't know, a month or two ago, looking at New England's schedule, talking about all these winnable games and the Raiders, the opener being one of them. I was thinking today as I was, getting ready for the show, yeah, like how many good players do they have, right? They're playing the Raiders, and that's Geno Smith. You got Max Crosby, and I don't know. I'm not ready. Genty, obviously, in the backfield. I'm not ready to go long on how much the Raiders have, but the list for New England is really short, and maybe their best guy outside of May isn't even going to play in this game, and that's the corner, Gonzalez. So I just don't think they've got a lot of players yet.
Diggs. We'll
right.
see what he is. All right, so New England?
Sure.
11. Vegas.
Yeah, right. Can I just
You got to mention Bowers on that list.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Right.
3rd in the league in catches. Hopefully is a massive investor in Brock Bowers shares in fantasy this year. They don't make him into more of a blocker. Like Chip Kelly, some sort of dream about Genty and Pete Carroll running the ball all the time, and they rein in Bowers. I hope not. There is that possibility, I think, as good as he is. They've said some of the things you want to hear about Bowers, like how talented he is, but I don't know. I could see them running 2 tight ends a lot and, trying to keep games close, which scares me a little bit. For him.
How good a blocker is the other guy? The guy
Michael Mayer?
They drafted the year before.
The guy who was supposed to be the first tight end pick the year before when Kincaid was?
Right.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
Probably pretty good.
All right.
Because he doesn't really catch much yet. I mean, probably pretty good.
Right.
10.
Miami.
Jacksonville.
Wow. All right. I think I like Jacksonville a lot more than Miami. Although they'll probably be the next team, I would say, if you guys would have agreed with Miami here. But still, the margins can be very slim.
Oh, they can.
I didn't know what to do with. I thought about that Carolina-Jacksonville game a couple different times, and there's so much new. I just didn't know what to. Mostly Jacksonville, new head coach, new offense. Like I'm just really intrigued what that's going to look like. But Carolina showed really, Bryce Young showed a lot of growth last year, so they might be a lot better than they've been.
They might. 9. Dolphins.
Yes, I'll stay on the Dolphins.
8. Chargers.
Ooh, I was going to say Pittsburgh.
I'm good with Chargers here. I think that Rashawn Slater injury is really going to affect them.
And now Becton is questionable with an illness for tonight. That's not long term, you would think, but
tonight.
Has there been any talk about what I saw footage of the practice field that the Chiefs were going to use that looked just like, I don't know, like an empty lot in Pendleton or something. But is there any word on the field? Wasn't the field kind of a thing last year when they played this game?
Yes. Jordan Love got hurt.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about. Maybe that's because they haven't played the game yet. Tonight, I have a feeling. Well, I shouldn't say that because the pregame show probably will barely address it because it's an NFL production. So they, but I wonder. I'm curious to see what social media, like still shots of guys, feet on the turf and like balls of dirt clumping up.
I'm going to text my friend Pete Overzet, who's on the pregame show tonight for YouTube, and make sure he brings it up.
Okay, thank you for that.
When he does his fantasy analysis, you got to wonder about this field. No, it'll be, who is it, Kurt Warner and maybe Rich Eisen? I'm not sure about that, who's in Brazil. Pete is in L.A. with Derek Carr, Tyrann Mathieu, and Brandon Marshall, which is amazing for him.
Right. I imagine Steve Mariucci will be there with Kurt Warner and Rich Eisen, if that's who that crew
I don't think it is, but I'm not sure. I know where to look. Just give me a minute.
All right.
7.
I'm going to say Pittsburgh. Yeah.
They lucked out here. 6.
Houston.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
5. Houston.
Okay.
4. Denver.
Sure.
Denver's always 4. For at least 2 months, Denver has been exactly 4. That's maybe the longest streak in the history of reverse AFC power rankings.
By that result here, all these months, that feels like they are the team closest to toppling someone out of the top 3.
Yes. Or bottomling in our case.
Thanks, Bulldog, for explaining how rankings
numbers work.
We appreciate your being so thorough. Listen, it's 20 hours a week. I'm just trying to,
comes before 3.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can grasp that.
Indicative of them not being on the level of the 3. I'll stop.
3.
Buffalo.
I'll agree. Kind of the last time we did this, Kansas City came in 1. And I felt like it was more symbolic to me doing that than anything else. Like the season is starting, or it wasn't even starting August 19th, but they won it. They've won the conference 5 of the last 6 years. And we're going to put them not 1. I mean, that seems like a bit,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they have the best roster, but neither do the Bills.
They keep getting the best results. That's what really matters here. I'm all right with the Bills at 3. At least how it's starting out here. Like it's a tough week 1 matchup. Not that really pertains to the overall rankings, but what are they doing at number 2 corner? Just how healthy is the secondary? How ready to go are they? For now, I'm good with them at 3.
2.
I'm going to say Chiefs.
Baltimore.
Kansas City here for me.
So much for that symbolism point.
Yeah.
Ravens at 1. Bulletin board fodder. Do you ever hear the word fodder used in any other way?
Cannon fodder.
Cannon fodder. Okay. Is there like a fodder for a cannon? Is that a physical thing? Fodder?
No. What cannon fodder is the people that are sacrificed.
Dark turn.
Here come the cannon. Like someone's got to do it.
The front line.
Right. That's
cannon fodder.
What cannon fodder is. Yes.
Oof, that took a dark turn.
So, sorry. I just want to be accurate. I didn't want to pretend like I didn't know what it meant. At least that's what I believe it to mean, and I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. But I think those are the only 2. I don't.
Mutter and fodder.
Cannon fodder. Bulletin board fodder. I don't know that I've heard any other use of fodder in my life.
Got to be mutter and fodder. If it were a match game, that'd be the $100 answer. Mutter and fodder. $250 would be bulletin board. I think cannon probably is number 1. Blank fodder.
Father was a mutter.
Yeah.
Mutter was a. Yeah, I'll stop.
Reverse AFC Power Rankings. There it is. Final time before the season starts. Powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. Sam Panayotovich from Bet Sweats. Next, we'll talk Week 1, Bills, Ravens, and whatever else comes up. Matt Schauf today for your fantasy lineups from Draft Sharks. Matt is one of the sharpest guys I have met through fantasy football out of Rochester, and he even knows his defensive guys because Matt plays in more than anyone else I think I know in leagues with defensive players. So should be at least one question when you have Matt on about IDPs. Sal Capaccio as well on this Football Friday. Sam Panayotovich coming up first. It's time for a break. And Bulldog, being that it is Football Friday, our breaks, we put it this way. We'll be back in a snap, brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
I am taking the Buffalo Bills out of the AFC. It is time. It is time. Josh Allen finally breaks through, and Josh Allen seizes that crown from the Chiefs. In the NFC, it is the Eagles, and my Super Bowl champion for Super Bowl 60. For the first time in this franchise's history, the Buffalo Bills are winning Super Bowl 60 out in Santa Clara.
Wow!
Unbelievable!
Oh! Oh!
I know.
Oh! Should I stop? I'll stop.
At least you have the luxury of stopping if that's what you choose to do.
Woo!
Has anything ever been said on a shouty show that was just like, okay?
It can't be. It's not allowed. It's against the rules.
You think the Bills were 3-14?
Right. Nate Peterman was their quarterback or something.
I am taking the Tennessee Titans.
Wow!
What? Sorry, what? Well, that's Peter Schrager, and he is not alone, of course, in picking the Bills to win the Super Bowl. In fact,
Sam, when you did this,
Sam Panayotovich.
when you picked the Bills, did Joe scream in the background I can't believe it! Oh my God! I mean, we're in the entertainment business. I understand if it has to happen. I mean, I just,
Sam?
I would like to formally thank Peter Schrager for listening to Bet Sweats, first of all, because he ripped that right from me. That's almost verbatim. So thank you, Peter. I'm glad to hear you're a big fan. Joe is pretty even keel about it. I mean, he understands that Baltimore and Buffalo have the most talent. I think Joe's opposition and my opposition for the last 6 years, can you beat Mahomes? Nobody's done it yet, but we kind of keep pushing our chips in. Anybody betting against Kansas City.
Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats, weekday mornings 9 to noon on the Odyssey app and on the Bet 1520. Well, we'll get back to the Bills, but I just wanted to mention here at the top that I think we're going to get news on Christian McCaffrey in the next few minutes. McCaffrey is Sam's Offensive Player of the Year pick. Also completely reasonable. No screaming is warranted when it comes to that. So that's a fine pick. But last night we got it. McCaffrey popped up on the injury report with a calf injury of some degree, and we don't know exactly what that is yet. But, last year's pretty fresh in my mind, Sam, and he missed 10 games kind of out of nowhere right before week 1. So for your pick, for fantasy players everywhere that have McCaffrey, fingers are crossed.
That's me. My fingers are crossed. My toes are crossed, too. I didn't expect this. I was actually on a train back from New York City with very bad Wi-Fi last night. And halfway through this 4-hour train, New York to Boston, my phone starts blowing up because you get all the messages at once. And it's basically everybody I've told about Christian McCaffrey, texting me at the same time, dude, what the hell? It's my fault that he got hurt. But, I mean, this is the risk you run. This is also why the number was 25-1. Now, there was a video, because I'm forever online and I'm doing 8 things at all times. There was a video of a reporter asking George Kittle about McCaffrey yesterday. And Kittle's saying, oh, yeah, I can't wait to get him out there. We've been waiting all off season for this. We're ready to go. And then you got people breaking down that video and saying Kittle's lying from the body language. So, nobody knows if he's going to play. I'm hopeful, but I'm also, ready to get the bad news as well. So if you have it, I'm more than willing to be reactionary as it allows.
I'll let you know.
I promise to scream a lot.
No matter what it is. How much does he matter to the 49ers, Sam, which is a sort of a micro way of asking you how important you think running backs are, an ongoing debate always in football. I mean, last night, I think when I'm watching Miles Sanders get run down by Zach Baun, I'm thinking, well, running backs might have mattered a little bit on this play, which, that probably should have been a touchdown. He fumbled later, but does it doom the Niners if McCaffrey is out for, a significant length of time?
So this is a polarizing debate. If you ask an odds maker how much Christian McCaffrey's worth, he would probably say about 2.5 points. That kind of feels a little high, though. I mean, they also said Micah Parsons was worth 2.5 points, and the Cowboys were right there against Philly. So I don't really know the true numerical value. What I can tell you is Christian McCaffrey has the ability to, as you know, Mike and Bulldog, like he could get 150 yards and 2 touchdowns when he's in tip-top shape. Like a lot of guys can't do that. But I wouldn't be surprised if San Francisco ran the ball with Brian Robinson. I mean, they were happy to get him. They were happy to kind of put some depth behind McCaffrey. I think when you look back, that move actually makes a lot of sense. Like, it was probably an insurance move at the time. It's not like they're going to get controlled at the line. They still have a good line. They're going to be able to run, but I don't think Brian Robinson can do what Christian McCaffrey does, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I felt like last year, at least to start when McCaffrey was out, Jordan Mason stepped in, and I didn't feel like that was the thing that sunk San Francisco's offense last year. I think it was the accumulation of everything else that really got him. But
Ayuk.
Yeah, right. I don't have to be correct about that, but I felt like Mason was, decent in a fill-in role.
Me
anyway.
too.
So
I agree. Now he's in
It was a
Minnesota.
problem, too. Their O-line was a big problem coming into last year, and they just thought they had the talent to, outlast that, but then all the talent got hurt. So you have a bad line and no talent, and then Brock Purdy doesn't know what to do with the ball, and he's running for his life. So the hope there is the O-line's better, which would allow them to do whatever they want. But also, I hope they're not stupid. I hope they don't rush McCaffrey to play, because they don't need McCaffrey in week 1. They need McCaffrey hopefully near a playoff push. If he can't play, don't even push it. Don't even risk it.
By the way, quickly and lastly on the Niners and their game against the Seahawks, I was watching you and Joe Ostrowski this morning talk about it, and you made the observation that the total has come down in that game, I believe, and you made a point about how it's sort of the markets are reflecting the defense is the winner in this game. I think that screams Seattle. Sorry for another screaming reference. I feel like I've heard maybe more about any unit in the league this preseason about the Seahawks defense and how it might have a chance to be top 5 or top 3. So maybe people know that McCaffrey is pretty seriously hurt, and they love the Seattle defense. So I think I'd be on Seattle here.
It makes sense. I didn't lay 2.5, so I was never going to lay 2.5 on the road. These divisional games are always really interesting week 1. I can tell you, the best NFL bettor that I know, he's about 60% most years. You would never know him. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup, but he picks this league like no other. And here are the picks he's got. Seahawks, he had Cowboys last night, +8. Browns, +6. Giants, +6. And then he likes the Vikings. He bet them as a dog. But it's mostly divisional dogs week 1, and that's all this guy does in week 1. And then he makes his adjustments, but he will never not bet a divisional dog in week 1. It's his favorite thing. And when he taught me that a couple of years ago, I try and stay away from him, because that guy knows more than I could forget, or he's forgotten more than I could ever know about betting the NFL.
You'd rather avoid those games than just tail them?
Yeah, because I really don't want to bet on Sam Darnold. It's a personal choice.
Yeah, no, right. Sometimes the smartest guy you know is like, do this. And you're like, how about I just don't touch it? Because I can't.
Exactly. Now you know. That's my life, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay away.
Before we get too far into Sunday and Bills, Ravens, and even college games tonight and tomorrow, Sam, did we learn anything last night? I mean, the Eagles losing that dude on the first, before a play even happened, it was a very big deal. I mean, it's the best player on their defense. I think there's not much question about that. They've got a lot of good players, but he's the best. And he's out. Dak, we already talked a little earlier today, Sam, even though we've only been on for a little bit here. We thought Dak looked great. I don't know. What did you take away from last night?
I don't know that Philadelphia's secondary is anywhere near as good as it was last year. And I'd love, actually, I came prepared with a question of the day that I kind of wanted to volley at you guys in a second if we have time. Oh, yeah. It involves this game. But when Jalen Carter goes out, that changed the entire game plan for Dallas. And if he's not out there, it's going to be easy for teams to run the ball. Dallas ran it, pretty nicely. 120 yards, 5.4 yards per rush. That's a lot, but that happened because Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott. It's a wild turn of events. So I don't know that Dallas challenged Philly maybe as much as it should have. CeeDee Lamb dropped 2 or 3 home run balls. I mean, this game could have been out of reach if CeeDee Lamb could catch the ball. So I don't know that we learned a lot. I mean, Philly's very good, very talented. They're going to be tough to stop with Hurts and Barkley in the backfield. But, man, like, their secondary lost a lot, and they've got some injuries at corner. Like, Quinyon Mitchell's awesome. Cooper DeJean was getting burned all over the field, but the Cowboys couldn't catch the ball.
Right. Sam Panayotovich, our guest here on the West Her Hotline. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog on WGR. All right, Sam. Well, Bills-Ravens, the line eventually, or it's not over yet, but shifted a couple of points toward Baltimore to make the Ravens about a 1-point underdog here Sunday night. How do you see it?
I think the more compelling move is the total coming down almost 2 points, because everything we talk about and everything we see on most shows is about the MVP quarterbacks and the offenses and how elite they are, and yet the total is coming down from 52.5 to now 50.5. And the 51 is very important, guys. I mean, that's 31-20, 27-24. It's a very key number for totals, and they've blown right through it. Now, I think you're going to get some public money going into Sunday night that drives it back up. So if you miss 51, I would just wait because you're going to get it. I like under 51, though. I mean, the market and the respected guys in the market are banking on defense. They're looking at the defensive side of the ball. The public's always going to bet overs and look at the offensive side. But the true money so far is on the under, and that's not really what people expect to hear when you talk about Buffalo and Baltimore.
I wonder what that is any more specifically. Like, the Bills' defense might have a little bit of trouble. We saw Baltimore pretty much do what it wanted in the playoff game. The Bills have a hole at corner. And so, I mean, they have some new pieces as well. I wonder if it's maybe more an expectation here of a game where both teams run the ball really well. I mean, Cook last year, of course, Derrick Henry, even the quarterbacks, where you have 8, 9, 10 play drives that sort of bleed clock, and you end up at a game, in the 20s, which is a win if you probably, if you're betting under 51, maybe.
Could be. This is also the highest total of the entire week. Mm-hmm. So last night's game was sitting 47.5 for most of the summer, and then you get to the day of the game, and it's over. And what a bad beat, by the way. You had 41 points at half. You don't get over.
Right.
But it still stayed under because they only scored 3 in the second half. But that total was 48.5. This one opened, 3.5 points higher. So I think there are probably some people that are thinking that's just too many points for week one. It could just be a mathematical thing. But when you see it move like that, it's definitely, when you get through that 51, like, that's worth noticing in my world.
Christian McCaffrey is in uniform and warming up on the field to start practice today in San Francisco.
Wow!
So,
oh, my God! I can't believe it!
Bulldog, you're a natural.
I'm auditioning. I would like to get it. At 60 years of age, it's time for me to transition to one of the shouty shows.
Yes.
We'll see. I don't know. My big red face will probably hamper me.
Credit to Steve and Sam for coining the term. I've already used it here, too. Survivor, Sam. Steve Palazzolo, Sam Monson. Survivor here, week one. Full-grown man here likes the Raiders as a road underdog at New England, as at least a consideration, if not a downright pick for Survivor. You'll tell us. So you're not, I'm going to say by this, at least a slave to the old West Coast, East Coast, road game, 1 o'clock start, the body clock rule.
I'm not afraid of that at all in week one.
It's more in season, where
when you start stacking tough travel spots, it gets worse, especially if you have to go across the country, fly all the way home, and then go back across the country. Like if you play the Giants and then play the Eagles and you're in Arizona, like that's not ideal. But I mean, these guys have been preparing for this game for months. I'm not concerned one bit about the schedule week one.
Okay. Why are the Raiders such a strong play for you?
Because I have them power rated higher. I heard you guys off the top kind of ranking your teams, your AFC from worst
thanks
to
for
first,
listening,
which I
Sam.
love.
We appreciate that.
Oh, I listen more than you know, buddy. Don't worry. I have Cleveland as the worst too, but just barely over Tennessee. My numbers have, and again, my numbers could be wrong, but they're my numbers. I have the Raiders 2.5 points better on a neutral, and I have home field worth like 1.6. So I think the Raiders should be basically a pick 'em. and you were giving me 3. The 3s are going away. I just think the Raiders are better. They have a veteran quarterback. They're going to be able to run the ball. And I like Max Crosby against 2 rookies on the left side. I just do. I also think the Patriots are overvalued. They won 4 games last year.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go to the playoffs because Mike Vrabel's here waving his magic wand. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, there has been a lot of hype. We've talked about that a lot.
And the left tackle is questionable, I think, right? Their first pick, Will Johnson. Is that what's the kid's last name?
Campbell.
Campbell, thank you. The LSU kid with the short arms. I saw. I mean, questionable. Maybe he'll play, but still, he might be not 100%.
Right. Well, we started to say, like, the Patriot hype has been noticeable, if not insufferable, if you're Sam and you just sort of don't see it the same way. The schedule is easy, though. I keep coming back to that with the Patriots. I think they could be, and you haven't said exactly different, but I think they could be average and, make it to December with a chance to make the playoffs. I still like them as a playoff team, whatever that is. Maybe it's only like plus 130 or something like that, or even maybe not that good. It's
been bet. I can tell you that. I mean, it's been a popular bet, the Patriots to make the playoffs. I'm checking the market right now. Best price you could get is ... plus 160. Some places are plus 130, but I can tell you this, not to sort of kind of give myself confirmation bias, but there was a group. I had John Murray on our show this week, and he said there was a professional group that bet the under on 2 teams, the Patriots and the Bears. So I think people let that number kind of like float up, the win total float up, so the math goes in their favor, and then they can take, the miss the playoffs price and under at better numbers. Those are the 2 teams. I mean, look, they're wise. They make money. Doesn't mean they're going to go 2-0, but I think they think the market is a little too high on both Chicago and New England. And what do you know? They're both 2 coaches that are going to save the franchise, and that's usually baked into the number as it ever was.
Do want to ask a Bears question. Update on McCaffrey. He is off working to the side, not with his teammates as they go through pre-practice. So it's the ebbs and flows here. Now McCaffrey is in uniform but not working with his teammates. Kyle Shanahan will speak later. I was listening to you guys on the Bears today.
Didn't mean to let everyone down. I decided not to scream there. My commitment to the bit.
I'm all set if you're all set.
Okay.
Your whole team, your whole panel there, Sam, likes the Vikings Monday night in Chicago. I like your producer, Paul, by the way. He adds a nice little element to your show. Who's betting the Bears, right? Your professional group isn't. Joe's in Chicago. He's not. Everything I hear about the Bears is usually negative. Here we've got Tyler Dunn, our friend today, blasting away at Caleb Williams in a big piece at Go Long TD. Who's on the Bears?
I think the public will come in on Chicago. Remember, that game is Monday night, so you're not going to really know a lot about that market with the public flavor to it. I mean, it's been kind of shaped by the wise guys, but it won't really see that public money until we get through Saturday and Sunday because the public has to see if they have any money left to bet Monday, as you know. But Minnesota opened as the dog, and, Chicago during the middle part of summer was like -2 in the game. And then you just started to see this avalanche of sharp money on Minnesota to move it from +2 to now -1, 1.5. I think Minnesota's a much better team, better defense. I like O'Connell more than Johnson because he's proven more. And I'm not too concerned about J.J. McCarthy. I heard this clip of Michael Wilbon saying he didn't win a national championship, his teammates did. And I'm like, dude, how many games did he watch of J.J. McCarthy? Probably 2, if that. J.J. McCarthy was so smooth and in control of the offense and was able to throw on the run and under pressure better than any quarterback in the country when he was a senior. He also went 27-1 at Michigan, won a national championship, and ended Nick Saban's career. I just don't understand why everybody hates J.J. McCarthy. I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I just feel very good about this.
Did Kornheiser scream when Wilbon said that? Was there any sort of big reaction? I don't think that would be a scream word. At that show,
no,
you don't really get the screaming.
Not there,
you get the occasional, oh! Why are you so down on Illinois compared to everybody else you talk to?
I'm not necessarily down on Illinois. I just think that they have a lot of questions at the skill positions. They brought their entire offensive line back, which is great, and they brought their quarterback back, Luke Altmaier. That's awesome. But they also lost 2 receivers to the NFL, And I went to Illinois, Mike.
Oh.
They don't grow Illinois receivers like that out of the ground. They just don't. They come around every couple of years, and I I don't know that that's going to happen this year. They also lost their best running back to Georgia. He transferred. So while we talk about all that they bring back, I look at what they lost at the talent level and the position, part of the field, and I don't know that they're going to be able to move the ball on a Manny Diaz defense. So I like Duke. I took 3 with Duke.
Illinois at Duke. Is that tomorrow? Probably. We're back to a normal world where most of these games are Saturday.
There's like 4 or 5 games tonight, and then the full slate tomorrow.
I think it's like 12 Eastern tomorrow, 12 o'clock noon.
Is there anything else you really like in college football this weekend?
So you guys are going to laugh. I laid 48 with Texas Tech. So I thought you were going to laugh there, Bulldog. They are playing.
He's exhausted.
I also have that in a parlay.
What?
I'm on Texas Tech tomorrow.
So a Vegas bookmaker told me, and I put this in my newsletter, which you can find, by the way, on Twitter for free on the top of my page. Chris Andrews has been booking bets in Vegas for 40 years. He knows his way around a number. He said Kent State's the lowest-rated college team he's ever had, going back decades. And they just needed a 100-yard kickoff return to beat Merrimack last week.
Oof.
That's Kent State. Not a good team. Texas Tech just cleared its quarterback number 1, Baron Morton. He was questionable. Now he's going to play, so you're going to get a full half of him, then probably a full half of the 5-star backup, and Texas Tech could score 70. It's a big number, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was 42-0 at half.
At SP Shoot to find Sammy's Twitter account, and that link, as he just mentioned, is right up top. All right, did you ask your question of the day?
Well, my question's very simple. We don't have enough time to debate it, but maybe you guys can. Did CeeDee Lamb have a good game? ?
No.
Well, if you ask a fantasy person, you got him 18 points.
You just did.
If you ask a bettor, he did good enough to cover. If you ask a Cowboy fan, they want to leave him in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, too many. 3 big drops. Big. Tough to say he had a good game. 7 for 100, though. I'll take the 18 points, whatever it was. I'm not going to throw him back. All right, Sam. Thanks for your time, as always. We'll talk next week.
See you guys.
Sam Panayotovich on the Western Hotline. Bet Sweats with Sam and Joe Ostrowski weekday mornings at 9 on the Odyssey app and the Bet 1520. We'll take a time out. Next up is Matt Schauf from Draft Sharks. Fantasy stuff. Christian McCaffrey in uniform for practice in San Francisco, but working off to the side, which is probably not great. They teased us with, here he comes, and then, wait a minute, he's over there. The next step down is the bike. Watch out for the bike.
Right.
Matt Schauf next, Football Friday on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills injury report is out for today, and some bad news. Kicker Tyler Bass has been placed on IR. That does, of course, mean he is out for Sunday's game. The Bills did sign just a few days ago Matt Prater to the practice squad. The expectation now will be that he will be elevated and play on Sunday. And then the other injury note, for the third straight day, Tre'Davious White did not practice. He is now considered doubtful for Sunday's game. And for Sunday, our pregame right here on WGR will get underway at 1 p.m. and we'll carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20. We'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call for the Northwest Bank broadcast booth as the Bills get their season underway for Sunday Night Football at home against Baltimore. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander did speak with the media today. He says he has no doubts he'll play Sunday, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely both did not practice again today. Nothing official on their side of things, but the expectation is neither will play. Chiefs-Chargers down in Brazil tonight, kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game is going to be free over on YouTube. Chargers guard Mekhi Becton, he is questionable due to an illness, while Chiefs rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals is out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott is questionable. Some other injuries around the league. Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is out versus the Raiders with a hamstring. Dolphins tight end Darren Waller is unlikely to play against Indy with a hip strain. And then some mixed news for 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey. He was reported to be out at practice, but he appears to be working off to the side. He had to pick up a calf injury in practice yesterday. And then the Bisons, they have a single admission doubleheader at home today versus Syracuse. First pitch in just about a half hour at 4:30. You can listen to both those games over on our sister station, The Bet 1520. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And the Bulldog.
I have a leg injury and a foot injury right now.
A leg and a foot. Are they on the same
side of my body?
Side of your body?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Left.
What happened to you?
I got stung by a bee. And then I think I got stung by another bee.
Oh, come on.
I think I did.
When did this happen?
Last night.
Last night?
Last night. Who knew?
It's Mike Schopp.
Just never thought about getting stung by a bee at night. I don't know. But there would still be bees at night.
I guess.
Not to sound like the flat earth thing. The bees just don't disappear when it gets dark.
Okay, but I've never seen one at night.
Well, it's dark.
And the Bulldog.
Maybe they would not be out at night, but you disturbed it, so it came out and said, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, they weren't expecting me.
I'm in here trying to watch the Vietnam War on PBS, and you're what are you doing sitting down in the chair? This is my time.
You are not supposed to. Right. This is our time.
Right.
That's what the bee said.
Right. So
on behalf of the other bees.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Last night I was missing Vegas. This is the weekend.
Oh,
Week
right.
1, the bare knuckle draft. They didn't do one last year, but they brought it back. They filled it last night. Saw the board. Friends are out there. You know, it's the good stuff. Didn't go this year, clearly. I'm sitting here with you. Hi, YouTube, Twitch. I'm not in Las Vegas. It's a great weekend to be there. Main event, big drafts, bare knuckle. Matt Schauf, our guest here on the Western Hotline from Draft Sharks. Matt, I believe you're in the main event. You've got some action here this year. How are you?
I am, but I'm also not in Vegas, and I'm a little distracted after the B lead-in discussion.
Oh,
now
no.
I'm confused.
Yeah, well, we'll try to keep you focused.
That's what we're after. Confusion.
I'll try.
So the big one here, Matt, is Christian McCaffrey, and we're sort of on edge, wondering what this is going to be. The fact that he's working off to the side today, as per the latest report, is not a good sign. What has been the extent of your investment or interest in McCaffrey, and if it's significant, how nervous are you?
It was modest until my main event draft, and then I took him 4th overall, and I was actually on a show with one of the FFPC guys last night talking about how, hey, McCaffrey hasn't had any cap issues all summer, so I think that's behind him. I think it's going to be a good season. I'm glad I've got him, and then lo and behold, I think I've spoken into existence.
Yeah, that's tough. Very reminiscent of last year. Well, I mean, what can you do, right?
Exactly.
What could you do last year? It was the same thing. It was right before the opener. They might have played a Monday night game last year, and you found out he wasn't going, but it wasn't like then he was in Germany. It wasn't clear what it was going to be.
Right.
So I think, Matt, you kind of just had to sit there with him, and it would have been tough to cut him. Maybe we're looking at that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to add Brian Robinson Jr. if you haven't already. He's probably been drafted. We'll be watching. We'll certainly be watching closely his status throughout the weekend and then beyond if we have to.
What did we learn last night, if anything?
I don't think we learned a whole lot last night because the numbers were a little silly. We had a couple drops late in the game that made Dak Prescott's performance look worse, but we weren't expecting big things from him. Javonte Williams controlled the Dallas backfield. That's one thing that we did learn. That's probably the biggest lesson coming out of last night, that and Jaden Blue being inactive. It sorts out a backfield that we thought would be frustrating. I still think it's going to be frustrating for the season, but for now at least we know that Javonte Williams is the starter, and Jaden Blue you're going to need to be patient with.
How did Williams look to you? I mean, it was kind of what I expected. In fact, Bulldog and I were speaking of speaking things into existence kind of. Yesterday, Bulldog mentioned he had a parlay where Williams scored 2 touchdowns. And I'm like, well, how did he do that, on 40 yards or something? And it was 50.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was that impressive.
Yeah, and both of his touchdowns actually went right in the area where Jalen Carter would have been had he not spat on Dak Prescott to kick things off. I didn't know that was part of the new ceremonies, but I'm excited to see who does the spitting tonight at least.
Mm-hmm. Matt Schauf of Draft Sharks. So, McCaffrey at the 1-4. What have been a couple of your other go-tos, with drafting this year? Where, depending on where you're picking, I guess, that has a lot to say in who we end up on. But what have been a couple of your, favorite plays?
Yeah, it definitely depends on where I'm drafting. I like Puka Nacua in those early rounds versus how the market likes him. I like him a little bit higher. I like A.J. Brown, which didn't work out for me last night. He's sliding into round 2. I did take him in the same draft. I think it'll be a lot better after last night's game. There are just going to be games like that for any wide receiver. And then beyond those opening rounds, DJ Moore has been a favorite of mine because he's the one guy we can trust in an offense that we have questions about heading into this season. And then a little bit deeper, Jaylen Warren is a running back I really like the upside on, especially at the price where you can get him, which is high RB3 territory. And Pittsburgh sure seems to be setting it up like he's going to be at least the first running back this year, if not the clear lead running back. We'll see about that lead status.
So you felt good about A.J. Brown, and maybe you still can. There was a little turbulence with him late last year with him and Jalen Hurts. And I didn't draft a lot of A.J. Brown, but I can buy from what I've read about last night's game that it was really a specific matchup problem, scheme problem that the Eagles had. Not even that it was a problem, like they moved the ball anyway. But Dallas played no snaps in man-to-man defense in the whole game, and we're keying on Brown. So Philadelphia just pivoted, which is right, I suppose, to do. They got away with it. I don't know if teams are going to do that, Matt, but you sound like you're not daunted or weren't daunted by any of the noise around him.
No, I mean, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts go back a long way. A.J. Brown's a strong personality, so stuff like that's going to happen. And if you're the Eagles, if you're Jalen Hurts, you're not avoiding A.J. Brown. He's going to end up being a key part of the pass offense. And, if every team does say, oh, we're going to take A.J. Brown away, and they actually succeed in that, then I guess everybody else in the offense is going to go nuts, because I don't think you can actually just take A.J. Brown away and stop the Eagles. So it doesn't seem like a viable game-to-game strategy for me.
How much Barkley did you end up with?
Not much, because he's going right in the first quarter of the first round, and people probably know about the curse of 370, of having 370 carries one year and then the next year you fall off, and it also extends into total touches for carries plus catches. And it's not about actually a curse, it's about luck, because when you touch the ball that many times as an NFL running back, you're lucky if you make it through that season without getting hurt. And you're just not likely to be that lucky year to year. So I think he's in for some bad luck, whether that is, a regression in his rushing efficiency, whether he gets hurt. It just a lot of luck went into his numbers, and he doesn't catch a whole lot of passes. So there's a bit of risk on him for me in that range. So I was taking Bijan Robinson over him, and also CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver.
Matt, obviously being in Buffalo, we're focused on Sunday night and the Ravens and the Bills. Are there plays within that game that you really like, or even just guys in general on either team that you're bullish on heading into the season?
I'm bullish on Zay Flowers, actually. I think that I'm curious to see, kind of similarly with Derrick Henry, if things regress some on his front. Now, he's different than other humans, so I'm not projecting any injury for him. Like, he's literally the one guy who is, quote unquote, lucky like that, stays healthy every year with these huge workloads, but he's, abnormally large. He's well known as a workout fiend, so he just plays by different rules. But I'm curious if they're going to throw the ball a little bit more this year, and if we can get maybe more of a Zay Flowers breakout as opposed to good Zay Flowers seasons that we've had so far. On the Buffalo side, I'm very interested to see if Dalton Kincaid can really start to pay off on the first-round draft status from a couple years ago. I think he's positioned to get the targets. I want to see if he can earn targets, stay healthy, and then deliver the numbers that we need.
Yeah, don't we all, right? I mean, it's been 2 years, and it's been pretty flat, so we'll see. That's, ironically, for how much they've won and how many points they score, the story with their offense of late. Last year, throughout was in fantasy, or even if you're just talking like real football, like there's nobody there. There's no go-to guy, So Shakir, I guess, is probably the closest. And he goes, or now that we're at the end of draft season here, was going right next to Coleman. And then, Kincaid isn't too far off either. Sort of, you kind of had your pick, Matt, of the three.
Yeah, I'm also very interested to see what we get from Keon Coleman this year. I think Shakir kind of hit his ceiling last year. I don't think he's really going to get a whole lot more target share than that. And he was very efficient on a catch basis, which, that's tough to keep doing year to year. And we know that Buffalo wants to spread the ball around. That's kind of their thing. I think Josh Allen makes up for some of the offensive planning on that team. I still don't trust Joe Brady. I think he leans too heavily on Josh Allen, and that is rewarded by just how good Josh Allen is at, winning the games on his own. So, yeah, I agree with what you said, Mike. There aren't really go-to fantasy guys there. Even Josh Allen's a little bit scary at the very top of quarterback territory.
Were you Allen over Jackson or Daniels? How were you playing the quarterbacks?
I was actually waiting beyond that duo at the top, looking at Jaden Daniels from the end of round 3 on, and then Jalen Hurts in round 4 has been my favorite of those top 4 because he's been going clearly behind the top 3. You could get him middle of round 4 on. I took him at 409 in the draft we referenced before, so I think all 4 of those guys are very close together, so if I can get one of those well behind the others, then that's going to be my target.
Love it. One of my main teams, we got Daniels at 410. So that feels good. Even without McLaurin, I think you can definitely do that. How about James Cook, Matt? So like Kincaid, like the other Bills, not somebody that was so costly that if you didn't get, not 16 touchdowns, but even 10, if you've got a sort of a more normal number, you might not really get burned because he's not a first-round pick or anything like that. Did you like Cook at his value?
I didn't really. I think I wonder if I overplayed my dislike for him. So, as you were just kind of alluding to, the touchdowns really pumped him up last year. His usage was down at the bottom of RB2 territory, even just outside of it, in terms of, how many carries he got, how many catches he got, where he was getting those touches on the field. So got lucky on the touchdown front. If he gets less lucky there this year, that's going to fall. I think he's being drafted at a fair range. It's not quite late enough for him to be a target for me because we've still got Kenneth Walker behind him. We've got Kyron Williams near him. So I prefer those guys. And even just beyond that, we've got like Alvin Kamara, James Conner. So he hasn't stood out, but I guess I'm less negative on James Cook right now than I was a couple months ago.
Turning attention to tonight, recognizing that we're at the end pretty much of best shape of his life season, are you buying Travis Kelce being in said shape?
I am, because he spoke about needing to get back in shape after last season. So I buy that he had that focus. And he's still in a position where he should get pretty good target volume, especially with Rashee Rice out.
How about the Chiefs in general, Matt? Xavier Worthy's a pretty hot pick. Rice suspended, as you alluded to there. Hollywood Brown even. And then Mahomes within this. I ended up drafting quite a bit of Mahomes, 6th round, 7th round even, because he's there and you might have Worthy already, and it's kind of pretty easy. Falls into your lap a little bit. What kind of year do you expect?
I think that there's a nice range of outcomes on Mahomes. By his standards, he's been a little disappointing the past couple of years, but there still is that potential, obviously, in him as a player to have the kind of season that Joe Burrow had last season where, he doesn't run like the elite quarterbacks but still finish number 2 in fantasy points. It's tougher to do that when you're leaning so heavily on the passing, and Mahomes needs better help from his receivers. Losing Rice for 6 games obviously doesn't help, but they've been trying to build up the receivers around him, especially on the speed front, Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown. So if they can keep those guys healthy and hit more of the downfield stuff, it really could be a bounce-back year for Mahomes. And like you were saying, the way that he was going in drafts, it was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and take Patrick Mahomes here, and we'll see what happens.
So one of the fun aspects of those Vegas drafts is the tournament goes through Saturday, through tomorrow. And whatever happens in these 2 games, last night and tonight, you could move guys in or out of your lineup accordingly. So A.J. Brown, you're not going to start A.J. Brown now that you know he had like 2 points or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
The Chargers, one of these big teams, I've got McConkey, sure, like you'd like to expect him to count in your lineup, but also Quentin Johnston and Keandre Lambert-Smith. I don't know how we didn't have room for Trey Harris on this team, Matt, but 3 Chargers receivers. And if it's a big night for them, one of the other 2 guys, maybe a big touchdown or even 2, something like that happens, then you can put them in. So they call it a free look. What do you think of the Chargers layout here? There's Keenan Allen now, too, and that's kind of maybe a little bit of a wet blanket on this idea.
Yeah, I'm very curious, and maybe even the bigger wet blanket is the run history of Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman. I am very curious to see if they keep throwing the ball more like they did late last season, or if they threw the ball more late last season because they had to, because the running backs were hurt, and because they realized they had Justin Herbert, they needed to lean that way. They signed Najee Harris. They drafted Omarion Hampton, so I'm expecting a whole lot more running. So I'm not projecting big passing stuff, but they have the talent to do it if they want to. Trey Harris, I know that he had a very quiet and reportedly disappointing summer. I still think the talent's there where he could break out at some point. He interests me as like a very late draft pick to see if he can develop over the course of the season and then give us some value later in the year.
What kind of workload do you think the backfield will be there? There was some confusion this week, like some reporting based on something Harbaugh never said about Najee Harris starting the game. You've got the highly drafted rookie in Hampton. Like, what do you think the split will look like back there?
Yeah, no matter what you see on Twitter or X or whatever you call it, Omarion Hampton's the starter this week. None of us really knows how much Najee Harris is going to get the ball, but when you don't practice at all through the summer, I can't imagine the team's about to give you the ball a lot in the opener, even if you are a veteran and know how to play. So we're all watching to see it. It feels like the Chargers coaches have been setting us up to not expect a workhorse load for Hampton, and I guess it would make sense for them to not overwork him right away. But if I drafted him, probably, round 3, maybe you got him in round 4, I'm probably going to go ahead and start Hampton and then see what happens in this one.
I mean, Matt, Draft Sharks is so good and sharp at trying to – you do the best you can with all the coach speak stuff and trying to figure out what's really happening. Now this with McCaffrey and with Najee Harris, I mean, he has that fireworks accident, and when camp opens a week or 2 later, I think they played in the Hall of Fame game, so they might have been first to camp. But Jim Harbaugh is saying we're praying for healing. And so then he doesn't practice at all, and he's got an eye patch or he's got a visor or something. He really just never talks. You really have no idea what is happening except that he's not playing football. And then we get to this week, and they're off to Brazil, and, he's going to be active tonight. So I don't know either. Maybe he's a goal line back tonight, but that's like high leverage stuff, and why would they do that? I mean, Hampton's a first-round pick. They got to see what they've got. And they're going to take him off the field for any significant amount of time to put Najee Harris, who's so cold at this point. I don't know. Very weird. He could have just told you what was really happening at any point there, but chose not to.
I think coaches are moving further away from just telling us what's happening. It's refreshing when we get a coach who does, but it seems like they all want to play games with us at this point.
Yeah. I already billed you by announcing you were coming on today. You're my IDP guy for anybody out there playing fantasy football and with defensive players. What's maybe one rule of thumb or some hot take of yours? It doesn't even have to be hot, Matt. Just something in the defensive realm you might want to share.
Well, one rule of thumb, it is important to know your league-specific rules, because every time I talk about sleepers or moves to make, I get these questions like, should I drop Roquan Smith for that sleeper that you just mentioned? No, you shouldn't. If you only start 2 linebackers, you should keep Roquan Smith and some other big-name guy and just set them in your lineup every week and not even pay attention to it. But for those who do have deeper defensive lineups, I have actually the sleeper article that picked out one sleeper from every single team this year, so loads of guys for various levels. Carson Schlesinger is somebody who should be in play for leagues of all sizes. Rookie linebacker in Cleveland. They drafted him to fill a need because Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah has a neck injury. And then after they drafted Schlesinger, they had another linebacker retire. So now they need him even more. He was wildly productive last year at UCLA. They picked him at the top of round 2 when everybody was waiting for that to be Shedeur Sanders. So I would say Carson Schlesinger is one name on defense to know if you play IDPs.
And then they guaranteed his money. And they're also probably bad, which is good for this, right? More stats if they're bad? Yep. Who's your Bill sleeper, by the way?
Oh, my Bill sleeper. Now you're really putting me on the spot.
Sorry.
I don't know if I have a true sleeper, to be honest. The guys that I'm interested in are Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid, because at cost, I think they have the potential to be underrated, but it doesn't look like a team to me where somebody's going to sneak up out of nowhere and deliver us big numbers, whether on offense or defense.
Okay. You have a thought on Bosa before you go?
Yeah, I didn't like that signing. I mean, I guess I like taking a chance on him, but he looked pretty cooked over the past few years for the Chargers, and I don't think there's a whole lot to draw from that well.
Thank you, Matt. What's new at Draft Sharks for our listeners?
Well, all of our tools have been built out to their highest level yet. Even though people are past their drafts now, you got Team Intel, you got the Free Agent Finder. So I use these tools to manage all my teams throughout the season. It really makes it a lot easier. They've gained power versus last year, and I even though I'm biased, I can't recommend them highly enough.
The aesthetics are good, too. It looks good. So
absolutely.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey, thank you guys for having me.
Of course. Matt Schauf of Draft Sharks out of Rochester here on WGR. Tyler Bass put on IR. We'll talk to Sal at 5. The easy assumption is that veteran Matt Prater, who was signed to the practice squad yesterday, will kick for the Bills Sunday night, and unless it doesn't go well for the next
at least 4 weeks, right?
You know, that's the soonest Bass could come back is week 5 against New England. So kind of a blow there. How much of one? 803-0550 if you want to join us on that or any other Bills-Ravens related topic. It is time for us to take a break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog will be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
it in since so long. All the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night. Said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Five campaign underway at home Sunday night against the Baltimore Ravens. Pregame will get underway at 1 p.m. and will carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20. We'll hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Today, the Bills did place kicker Tyler Bass on IR. He has been battling a groin and hip issue. He is going to miss at least the next 4 games. Earlier this week, though, the Bills did sign Matt Prater to the practice squad. All expectations are he will be called up and will be the Bills' starting kicker on Sunday. And then cornerback Trey White is doubtful for Sunday after missing a third straight practice with a groin issue. No other injury designations, though, for the game. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander will play, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely have both officially been ruled out. Tonight, Chiefs-Chargers down in Brazil, kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game is going to be free over on YouTube. And for the Chargers, guard Mekhi Becton is questionable tonight due to an illness, while Chiefs rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals is out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman-Lott is questionable. And then the Bisons, they have a single admission doubleheader today at home versus Syracuse. First pitch just got underway over at Salem Field, and you can listen to both games over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You see the ability. They flash in their own ways. They're two different players or style of player, but they're both talented. And I think, again, with any young player, you're seeing the flashes on the field. You're watching them grow off the field and how they're becoming pros off the field. And they're going to play quite a bit Sunday night there. And, again, they'll get some valuable reps and experience that I'm sure they'll carry with them through the rest of the season.
Sean McDermott on WGR. We're talking TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson?
No,
here?
Deion Walker.
Deion Walker.
The two tackles, yeah.
Landon Jackson
probably ain't even getting a uniform.
Okay. He's on my mind because Matt Schauf just texted me, our last guest, to say that his long-term IDP sleeper for the Bills is Landon
Wow,
Jackson.
okay. That is a long-term – wow! No, that is a long-term play. Sorry, a little throwback to an hour ago.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting a uniform, which is, third round pick.
Third round pick?
In a team with a Super Bowl, in a Super Bowl window. I mean, I appreciate a long play, and I love the pick. But as soon as the numbers started shaking out, it right away looked like, oh boy, this guy's going to be in tough. And then camp started, and he's like never in the front end of the rotation or anything, and like he's got a long way to go.
Football Friday on WGR brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. No Tyler Bass for at least 4 games. Matt Prater, who has been in the league a long time, signed to the practice squad, the likely kicker for the Bills this game and going forward. We'll see what the prognosis is on Bass, but it might be one where we don't know anything more than we already do until Sunday night or early next week. Why put a timetable on it, right? So 4 games at least for Bass.
Right, we know at least that timetable is concrete now. He cannot come back until 4 games have gone by. So, if he's ready in 2 weeks, too bad. There's nothing they can do about it. And so, your concern, like Tyler Bass, we had a lot last year a lot of these football Fridays. I'm worried about Tyler Bass. Not just our show, but it was a regular thing. And now, that would have been probably still a thing. I think we heard it a time or two during the summer before we knew he was even hurt. It's just, I'm worried about the kicker because he missed some kicks one time, whatever. And now we go from, being worried about Tyler Bass to a 41-year-old journeyman kicker instead. So we'll try that out and see how it works. I mean, guys show up and make kicks, all the time in this league. So hopefully in a game, to start here, at least in week 1, that you would expect to be a relatively close game, maybe down to the end, you better hope the veteran can handle it.
Prater's career goes back to 2007. Ryan Lindell would have been the Bills kicker when Prater, does that make you feel old? Or make Prater seem old? I don't know. But at 41, according to Sneaky Joe, he becomes the oldest Bills player ever by almost 3 years.
Right. Bill Munson.
Good job. Bill Munson There were 2 Bill Munsons, by the way. There was also was he a scout or head of scouting for the Bills?
Or something, yeah.
But for a long time, I would see him a lot. And for a long time, I thought why would you not think this? There's a Bill Munson in the Bills front office. There was a quarterback named Bill Munson for the Bills, but they're different people. The football player Bill Munson died the year 2000 maybe. But he, until Sunday, apparently, when it's Matt Prater for this distinction, is the oldest Bills player ever. He was a backup quarterback for the Bills in a game against New England in 1979. Joe Ferguson started that game, and Ferguson played the next week. So Munson didn't get a start, but he did throw 7 passes in this home game against the Patriots in 79. Joe sent me a list of the top 30 appearances by oldest Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So Munson is on here 3 times. Doug Flutie is on here 10 times or 11, and the rest is Brian Moorman. So the 3 players who have appeared age 37 and 38 in Bills history are Moorman, Flutie, and Munson. And now here comes Matt Prater, strutting in at 41. At least, journeyman, it's almost like by definition journeyman once you're 41. But he has held down jobs with teams for long stretches. He wasn't a guy, you don't really have this maybe as often as you used to, but he wasn't always bouncing around.
Right.
Atlanta to Denver, he was in Denver for maybe 7 years, and then Detroit for another 7, and then Arizona for 4, and he was their regular kicker until he got hurt last year in Week 5, meniscus tear, and was out for the season. So that's the last time
he would have kicked against the Bills on opening day last year.
Yeah, I think so.
Journeyman might be a little. It's a lot. It's enough teams to qualify as a journeyman, but it's not the length of tenure. I feel like I may have been a little too pejorative using journeyman on him.
2 for 2 on field goals against the Bills in the opener. 5 for 5. On extra points the next week. Sorry.
All right. I also need to adjust to 2007 actually being a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because anything that doesn't begin with 19-something still does not feel like it should be that long ago, but, it's 18 years ago now. So it's a long enough time. It can vote.
Prater did not miss a kick last season.
All right.
6 for 6 field goals, 10 for 10 extra points.
Great. He's due to have a bad day.
And he would have had that much experience with the new kickoff stuff. I don't know if he was somebody that, just kick it as far as you can, or if they wanted to hit the landing zone or anything like that. But we have that, of course, still, and it's enhanced this year. It's more dynamic than ever.
Was there a single touchback in last night? I did not watch the end of this game, although there wouldn't have been another kickoff because there weren't any points scored.
That's right.
After the delay,
I didn't keep track of that.
I don't feel like I saw a touchback last night.
I know there was one. I think it was Turpin for Dallas mishandled it.
Yeah, and he got hemmed in, and yeah.
So there was one of those.
Yeah.
Just everybody, get your seatbelts on for the space ref stuff. There's going to be more of it. You'll have more times than ever, and won't this be delightful, where you'll be watching a game, seriously, and you really won't know what just happened. So last night there was one that burned me. A Jalen Hurts tush-push play on 3rd and 1. And naked eye, I thought he got stopped, but it would be one in every year of football you've ever watched where they'd measure it, unpack the pile, measure it, and let's find out. Now they won't measure anymore. They wanted to. They gutted that. There's no more measurements.
Right. They're using a Hawkeye for that. They're still allowing the old men that roam the sidelines in the striped shirts to place the ball, decide where it is, but the measurement is going to be computer or whatever. Yeah.
I thought by this last night they might want to limit that because that was no less time-consuming in the preseason. They were sort of experimenting with that in the preseason, but you still sat there and waited, and it wasn't like tennis where it's automatic.
Mm-hmm.
Now tennis, it really is like immediate. There's no linesman anymore in tennis. The computer just calls the lines, and it's binding. They'll maybe show you a replay as the players are getting ready for the next point, but there's literally no delay. And in the preseason with the NFL, first year of this, there was some delay. Hurts on this play, pretty critical play, 3rd and 1, tush-push, maybe was stopped short. I thought he was. And here comes like a bolt of lightning, the official from the bottom of the screen, if that's the line judge or the side judge, I don't know, like a bolt of lightning, and he's running up to the pile, and he's gesturing, you see this all the time now, with his right arm and hand, let's go. Basically, it's a first down.
He's got it.
He doesn't signal first down. The referee signals first down, but the referee is getting from him that we're giving him the first down. And he's getting it from the sky ref.
Mm-hmm.
You can see his left hand is adjusting the earpiece at his belt, turning on or off the earpiece. He's the guy, maybe they're all this, I don't know, but he's the guy getting the information from the sky ref, and there is no way. There's just no way.
So they're using SkyRef to assist in the spotting of the ball, even? Is that what that sounds like? That's
Absolutely.
what that sounds like. Okay.
That's exactly what happened. Maybe that's on the list of these. This can happen, or maybe it isn't.
I feel like I
think
haven't read that because I've been hot about the whole, like they're making a big deal about this measurement thing, but it's still the naked eye of the official. If there is, I think I want that to be the case. Like if you have a good look at it, that the guy on the field didn't have. That's, I think, what we want.
But the only look at it, well, I guess I can't know this. I just don't think it would have been possible in the amount of time for somebody in New York to be able to judge that, confidently. Like what? There is a chip in the ball or there isn't?
Right.
I mean, really, maybe I should know that. Because how could it have been possible to call that so fast from anywhere? So here comes the guy running in, and he's running. Now, they've just had a weather delay. And I would think sort of that, this is how I am. Like, well, we're going to really want to move this along. We just wasted an hour of prime time on opening night. And, first down, come on.
Right.
And by the way, it would have been 4th and inches at worst, and he's going to run the same play, and the odds are pretty good. But you don't want football called like that.
No.
We don't want to assume. But that's what happened. I tweeted this. Somebody sent me a video of it today, and I tweeted it because I think it was egregious. Like let's go.
Right.
Like they had a deadline. They called that play like they had a deadline.
You've really piqued my curiosity with this. I also got that video, but I wasn't watching the game, and I just didn't take the time to figure out exactly what had happened there. But
you could look right now if you want.
It's the first I've heard of. I had not known. It's possible that I just didn't know because I didn't read deep enough into the story about rules changes and different things that SkyRef was going to be capable of consulting on or flat out ruling on. I did not know that they would be helping spot the ball.
I have it. I've got the section 9. I'm not sure it's exactly specified here that they can do that. Timing or spot of a foul. Well, there's just this is why I'm this way about the sky ref, because there's no question what was happening. The guy is adjusting his belt on the left to turn on or off the earpiece, and on the right, he's waving the chains behind his head, come on, let's go. And then the referee, Sean Smith, notices this. He's on the other side of the pile, by the way, Smith, and gives the first down signal while Trayvon Diggs for Dallas is pointing the other way. Like they thought they'd stopped him.
Even though it wasn't fourth down. I love when guys do that.
I thought so too. I thought he was stopped too. But they can do anything they want with the sky ref, and they will. And the first time, by the way, now I'm going full conspiracy, I guess, but the first time they showed the replay, they cut it short. They did not.
Wow.
They did not stay with the replay and NBC it and zoom in on the line. They just showed the play from behind, and they didn't even give you a look at it at all. And then it was on to the next play. No analysis of it, which is typical. They're not going to spend most of these announcers know not to scrutinize the sky ref stuff.
No,
so they just moved on. And as a fan, as a viewer, you're nowhere. It looked like it was wrong. I don't know if it could have been challenged, but that doesn't even feel great. We use a timeout on that when it's 4th and inches against Jalen Hurts at best. I'm not even sure the Cowboys had time to ponder any of these things. Just let's go. I went as far last night, a couple of drinks, to tweet how that weather delay, the Super Bowl odds on all the indoor teams are getting shorter by the minute tonight. Because what a disaster for the league. And it's not the first one of these where there it is, here's your night. And instead, we got an hour of, Dungy talking and Maria Taylor talking to Chris Sims. Like, they couldn't even go to commercial. You're just sort of sitting, like, their commercials are slotted by different points in the game.
Right.
And there's no game right now. It's just a rain delay. So, like, that's a nightmare for the network. Not to be too cynical, but if we play if the Super Bowl winner is in a dome, we will not have this problem next year. We'll have our night, and it won't be interrupted by dumb lightning. Well, never mind that.
You are pretty far in the hole there.
I don't think the odds really changed, actually.
You're pretty far in.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here with Sal Capaccio at 5. This is WGR. Stock up on your favorite wine and spirits. Welcome back. Sal joins us in 10 minutes. Football Friday. Tyler Bass to IR. He'll miss at least the first 4 games. Let's go to Joe here. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Happy Buffalo Bills Football Friday. Thank God we finally made it, right?
All right. Same to you.
Yeah. Hey, so just to go back to before you guys went to break. So to answer your question, there is a chip in the ball. That is correct. I believe down the line that's going to be used for gambling purposes because, of course, as we know, gambling takes over, the NFL and the world for that matter for sports. The other thing is that official that's running in that you see running in, I don't know if he's the head linesman at that point or the line judge. Sorry, head line judge or the line judge. But he has what you call the hard spot because he can see the ball. The other guy's just mirroring where he last saw the ball. He's coming on the radio and he's telling everybody that they have a first down. That's why the referee obviously is blocked out, has no idea. Sean is able to then go ahead and signal for a first down.
So you don't think then that it came from New York?
I do not think that came from New York.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thanks, Joe.
So, yep.
Very good. I believe all that. I am just in a lather about the space ref and just
Right. You're getting a little like me because I love a good conspiracy, and you're way into it. But I don't know. I know how it looks. And it looks suspicious. And I referenced this yesterday. I want to tell the same story every year, but there was at least one instance where I know they did whatever they wanted on a face mask call that wasn't flagged on the play that they then were told to call a face mask penalty on because it had just happened a week or two prior in a game in the end zone where Sam Darnold got grabbed. And they did. It was a Monday night game because Joe Buck was sort of questioning, what are we doing? I thought they couldn't do that. And then it just, keep moving.
Well, the chip in the ball, just to be quick here, would allow for, I guess in theory, a remote, an official at a remote location or anywhere to know, did he make the yellow line? Like that's the official line now, which didn't used to be. So it's not like, the linesman had the same authority in the past and the same viewpoint as in the past and would run up and spot it, and then everybody would separate, and it would take time, and then they would measure it, but they don't do that anymore. You could still do that Hawkeye remote measurement. In this case, we're just in a big hurry. And if he didn't get it from New York, he just took the liberty of, just like, this isn't necessarily sinister. This is just how it would be. I saw the ball come to right here, and somebody has to make that call.
Right.
So it's just like very tough to accept that he just had, as close as that was, a picture of us, a line of sight with the ball and the line. But that's what his job is. And if it's not New York City, it's then, in a sprint, the guy just thought he had it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, watch the plays. You decide for yourself if you think that would have been the case or even really possible. It could have been just with authority, but wrong. I mean, that happens.
Yeah, authority can be wrong.
That happens.
Yes.
Sal next here on WGR. Look, this won't be hard. Just search it. Just like, hello, phone, where is Mighty Ducks Game Changers? Like Disney Plus. Great. Look how easy that was. Go to Disney Plus, not there. Only the trailer.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All the other Mighty Ducks things are there. The show has never sounded older.
Yeah,
The show has never.
I know.
The best. Now I'm going to get defensive. Just point out that my daughter is 13. All right. I mean, I can't be that old if I'm not Larry King. Now the show really sounds old. Who's that? Seattle. Has the show ever sounded older? Seattle in the NBA Finals.
F-.
I like this point. F- to me seems like just, like a cartoon.
Right.
Not a real.
Yeah,
F is the lowest.
Yeah, it was like Bugs Bunny, the teacher. Like, what are we doing here?
F-.
The show ever sounded older.
The Bengals food.
See, kids, Bugs Bunny was a cartoon character. I did see the Scouts play in Buffalo. Yeah, I saw a Kansas City Scouts game. Has the show ever sounded old?
Well, I'm going to be mad about this, but I'm not going to sacrifice my jersey number for it. Matthew Golden, that's taking it pretty seriously. So I went through thinking about numbers.
I think I like 22 on a wide receiver.
Bob Hayes.
Yeah, works.
Hey, can you think of another one?
No. That's why I like it.
Has the show ever sounded older?
To me, 22 doesn't strike me. Well, I mean, certainly Bob Hayes. It does not strike me as a slow number. It's one of the. He was like an Olympic 100-yard dash champion.
That was his brand.
Has the show ever sounded older?
I think, and that because 24 and 16, 192. The show has never sounded older than that as a pitching stat line for a season. 24 and 16,
right.
192, 41 starts, 20
40 decisions,
29 complete games. How many leads the league now? 5,
3, 5. Yeah, I don't know. Not. Yeah, it's so rare.
The word. Parker. The throw, if you don't know it, 79 All-Star game. The throw from right field in the Kingdome. The Kingdome is the show ever sounded older than the Kingdome reference. Everybody got a memo in their mailbox. He typed it out, printed it out. I mean, has the show ever sounded older? Printed it out. Bowling math, like front to back bowling math?
No, never.
Did you ever have to write it down?
Yes.
And figure out the math with a pencil?
Yes.
The show has never sounded older.
Yes.
It's about to sound older when I get to the next thing.
I think I knew how to do that at one time in my life, but I have long forgotten.
It is a football Friday, and the Bills will be getting their 2025 campaign underway on Sunday night at home against Baltimore. Pre-game will get underway at 1 p.m. right here on WGR and carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20, where we'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. And speaking of Sal, do stay tuned. He'll join the show next for the latest on the Bills. And with that, the team has placed kicker Tyler Bass on IR. He has been battling a groin and hip issue. He is going to miss miss at least the next 4 games. But earlier this week, the Bills did sign Matt Prater to the practice squad. The expectation is that he'll be called up for Sunday's game. And then cornerback Trey White is doubtful for Sunday after missing a 3rd straight practice as he deals with a groin injury. Sal Capaccio has more on this up at our website, WGR550.com. And no other injury designations for Sunday. And with that, the Barnes Firm Injury Report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander will play, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely both have officially been ruled out. Tonight, Chiefs-Chargers down in Brazil. Kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game's going to be over on YouTube. It will be free. For the Chargers, guard Mekhi Becton is questionable due to an illness, while Chiefs rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals is out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman-Lott is questionable. Then some other injuries for this weekend. Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is out versus the Raiders, dealing with a hamstring. Packers edge Micah Parsons, questionable against Detroit. He's been dealing with a back issue. And 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey officially did not practice today, picked up a calf injury yesterday. He was limited in practice, downgraded out to not practicing today. He is questionable for Sunday against Seattle. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, we talked to Sal yesterday and maybe saw this coming with Bass. We talked about the possibilities last couple days. If he's not right, then you have the signing of Matt Prater. And now, I would say, not that surprisingly, we get the announcement that he goes to IR. So it's been a quiet, to put it one way, summer for him. He wasn't practicing very much, didn't play in 2 of the 3 preseason games, and he will not play on Sunday night. Sal Capaccio with us on this Football Friday, joining us on the West Her Hotline. How'd I do there, Sal? I mean, I doubt you were shocked by this.
I was a little shocked he went on injured reserve, to be honest with you. Like, I didn't know that would happen. I thought that maybe there was just something bothering him, and the way it played out was interesting because he had the injury that he didn't practice for quite a bit of preseason and training camp, came back the last week of preseason, kicked pretty well against Tampa. He did miss a short field goal, but he was 5 for 5 before that. And then all of a sudden, and he practiced when we came back after that too. Like, there was a window there where he was practicing. There was nothing going on. And then suddenly he shows up on the injury report. He doesn't practice. They sign a kicker, and you're like, ooh, something's going on. Did he aggravate something? So to fully go on IR, which is a minimum of 4 games, I was a bit surprised by that But now looking back at it, you could see that it was trending that way, of course.
Yeah, and they would have needed a roster spot for Prater, and this is one way to get it.
Right. We were talking yesterday, Sal. Like, I don't know if you were a part of the conversation at the time, but without moving Trey White to IR, if he were to miss this game, and he's listed as doubtful if not practicing all week, and if they weren't going to make a move with Bass, you'd be carrying 2 guys into your opener that just are not going to be playing for you, and that could be kind of cumbersome, I would think.
Yeah, for sure. So the Bills have not officially made any move to put Prater on the active roster. But yeah, I would think that's coming because even if you wanted to elevate him, you only get 3 times. You could do that. They could decide to elevate him, 3 times and just maybe play it out here to see what happens. Maybe we can figure that out. And let's remember, I've said this before.
Vested veteran, right?
Vested veteran. He's an 18-year veteran. He's certainly vested many times over, right?
Maybe they just elevate him this week, and then next week he wouldn't be guaranteed anymore, right? Is that how that works?
Exactly right, Bulldog. So let's keep that in mind. You're 100% right. The Bills have had to pay some money here for injury replacement costs for guys, right? So maybe that matters. I'm just saying, to be on the lookout if that's the case. If you see that he's not signed to the 53, but he's elevated, that could very well be it, because this week he could be elevated, and then you don't have to guarantee his salary as a vested veteran. But then you wait till next week, and you still don't, because if he's on the 53 this week, you have to guarantee that salary for the year. So yes, that's a reason why to do that. In the meantime, we'll see if the Bills do elevate anybody or use that roster spot, because now one is open with Tyler Bass on IR.
Man, the 3D chess that goes on with the practice squad these days, and IR and designated to return and all of it, there's a lot to know. Who knows, Sal? I guess we'll just determine this by the results, but he seems like a fine enough choice, Prater. I'm assuming he's healthy because he's getting this opportunity. He did not miss a kick last year in 4 games for Arizona before he got hurt, so you never know, but I'm guessing that this is not a replacement for Bass that I would scoff at all.
No, I mean, listen, this is a position where in the league, you've seen a lot of guys at an older guys come in the league and do pretty well here, and veteran kickers. I don't know what his leg strength is right now. Let me see if last year he was 1 for 1 from 50 yards or more. The year before that, he was 9 for 12 at the age of 39, right? I mean, so, he's still got a bit of a strong, 62-yarder.
Yeah.
So I think that, they probably, to me, this reads like, look, they want somebody who's understands, you got some new kickoff rules, somebody who's a veteran here. You can seamlessly kind of onboard a little bit more when you're a veteran. So it makes sense, a guy like this. I just, I wonder what would happen if the Bills are in a situation where they have to kick a long field goal, critical moment, if they would elect to do that with this particular player at his age, or if they just would rather kind of make sure that they're just kind of buttoned up and, they make sure they do all the right things on the shorter stuff.
He's got a 64, too. Back when he kicked for Denver. That was in 2013, and it was Denver, but still.
Right.
Sure, that was pretty good.
Well, Sal, really, just to sort of restate the obvious here, I mean, I'm sure you hear it plenty on the shows and that you're hosting, and even the other shows when you're just listening or appearing with us, the odd call every now and then last year, and even this summer, I'm just worried about the kicker, I'm worried about Bass, and, now we go from being worried about Bass to being worried about his 41-year-old replacement, I guess. You always choose to worry about the kicker, because it's a big spot. You expect a close game against a conference rival here that's very much your equal talent-wise, expectation-wise. So, you got a game that's coming down to a 48-yard field goal with 4 seconds to go. As critical as people have been at Bass, I think you'd rather have Bass in that spot than a guy that just got here. But, we'll see what happens.
And listen, the Ravens are in a very opposite situation, right? They have had the veteran kicker for many, many years, Justin Tucker, and he's gone. And now they have a rookie. He will be starting his first and playing his first ever NFL game in Buffalo on Sunday night. Tyler Loop, who's out of Arizona. They drafted him. So they drafted a kicker in the, 5th round, I think it was? 6th round, Tyler Loop. Hit some nice numbers at Arizona, but totally the opposite situation. If you're a Ravens fan, you're like, boy, we got a rookie kicker going into Buffalo on Sunday Night Football in week 1, and I'm sure that's not the most easy feeling in the world.
Prater is 41, and Loop is 24. Steven Tyler Loop, by the way. You wonder.
Oh, wow.
You wonder.
Yeah, I do too.
No,
Mike, I saw somebody tweet out, and I'm guessing this would be correct. I didn't do the research myself, that when Matt Prater steps on the field for the Bills in a game, he'll be the oldest player to ever play for the Buffalo Bills.
By almost 3 years, even. Bill Munson.
Wow.
Bulldog had it. Bill Munson, quarterback in 79, was the it still is the record holder until Sunday, you would think. Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. So what do you make of Sean McDermott after, Trey White misses Wednesday, Thursday, knew he would not practice today, but still didn't want to rule him out?
He's still trending. I mean, he's doubtful, right? So
doubtful.
I guess it's good to at least have that designation to talk about in plain view, which is I didn't think he'd play after missing 2 practices, but I do think it's interesting that they're not completely ruling him out. And my guess would be because, hey, he's a veteran and he takes care of his body, and if he's that close to maybe being a little bit healthy enough to play. But what does that mean? Even if Tre'Davious White is healthy enough to play, would you start him and play him a whole healthy amount of snaps? There's an 18-game season here. 17-game season, 18 weeks you have to play here, plus the playoffs. So, you probably want to err on the side of caution, but I do find it interesting they haven't officially declared him out. And obviously, I talked to Sean this morning. I asked him about Dorian Strong, and he was very quick to talk about both Strong and Jamarcus Ingram, as Sean does a lot because, he doesn't want to, put the focus on one player. But those are the two guys you're looking at most likely. We did talk about Ingram as well. And Dorian Strong is a guy that, as we've talked about earlier this week, comes in as a 6th-round pick, much like, interestingly enough, I was thinking about this today, Christian Benford and Kyrie Elam situation, right? Elam was the 1st-round pick, but Benford beats him out. The Bills drafted Max Harrison in the 1st round. Here's Dorian Strong. Now, this one's an injury, but you might get Dorian Strong starting as the 6th-round pick over the 1st-round pick. So really interesting how all this could play out.
I think, too, like you both have brought up Patrick Ricard a couple of times here this week for the Ravens, and he'll miss the game. They made that official. So will tight end Isaiah Likely. And you would think, just at least on some kind of surface level, that affects Baltimore's game plan because you've got two big bodies, like a bully sort of game plan is tougher without your fullback and your second tight end. So the Ravens might be forced a little bit, I mean, not to be too dramatic, but that might be forced a little bit into more of a spread kind of game, and that lines up with the Bills missing, their top 2 corners at one side, at least, I guess, with if I can
Harrison
call it that.
White. Yeah, right.
No doubt. I mean, I think Patrick Ricard is a massive loss. He's a massive human being, but he does so much for them in short yardage, and they really want to go heavy. They do that. But, man, the Isaiah Likely loss, I think he's just a really well-rounded tight end. Yes, he's a very good pass catcher. He's also a blocker they like to get in space. This isn't the type of blocker playing tight end where he puts his hand down and just down blocks all the time, right? Like Isaiah Likely is a guy they like to get out in space. They like to lead block a little bit with him sometimes. Like there's an aspect of that part of the game that's going to be lost for the Baltimore Ravens, and then they can flex him out, and he could be a matchup problem. We've seen that. So yeah, I think this is a really interesting situation for their offense as well. And you're right, they could wind up spreading him out. But honestly, if you're the Bills, right, would you rather have the Ravens spread you out and you could bring Taron Johnson in and play some dime defense and have 5 or 6 defensive backs in the field, or would you rather have the Ravens reduce down and go really heavy and then you take Taron Johnson off the field and you put somebody else on? I mean, yeah, you want to have you're always thinking, okay, we have a rookie, right? If it's Dorian Strong. But I don't know. I mean, maybe that's something the Bills would rather see and force them to throw a little bit like that.
Well, I know I've referenced this Warren Sharp bit, and I know you saw it too, and I think Warren even responded to your compliment about it. They were much more effective. Of course, they like to run it with this heavy package, 2 tight ends and that big 300-pound plus fullback. But throwing it out of that, they're very efficient and effective too. They were one of the least effective and efficient teams in 3 wides. So, of course, that depends on what kind of personnel the Bills have got to counter that. But it doesn't sound to me like that's Baltimore's fastball, spreading out. So hopefully that plays into the Bills' hands. One name to keep an eye on for practice squad elevations from Baltimore, they do have a 290-pound tight fullback on the practice squad, Lucas Scott.
They do.
So they have a guy that they could.
Is that big anymore?
I don't know how ready to plug him in to Ricard's workload they would be, but they've got a suitable replacement, I'd say, at least body type-wise, if they want to go that route on Sunday.
And I would say that, he's been practicing, I'm sure, with them for quite a while because Ricard has been out for a few weeks.
Right.
So that's probably what they would do, Bulldog, and just say, all right, it's a 1-for-1 replacement, right? I mean, Bills lose Tre'Davious White, you put in Dorian Strong or Jamarcus Ingram. These are guys that have been practicing at that spot. So, hey, here you go. Go do your thing. That's probably what, the Ravens would do. It is interesting to me that the Bills are playing the Ravens, and we have probably, in all the times they've played the Ravens, have had as little talk about Lamar Jackson as we've ever had. Right, I was just thinking about that today, which we've been talking so much about Likely, so much about Henry, so much about Patrick Ricard. And at least from my angle, maybe you guys have, I don't think we've talked a lot about Lamar Jackson, who obviously is a game changer and an elite quarterback in this league and all the things he can do.
For me, it's almost like the same thing applies to Allen, where you marvel at him. It's all just sort of known at this point what the two players are. And I've spent a lot of time talking about and thinking about, just like I always do with them, the whole story, how they're linked in their ways and both in the Mahomes shadow still, at least in terms of team results. So they're two players who are sort of married and maybe will always be, unless one of them, gets a couple of rings and sort of breaks free from the tier they're on. That's what I always think about. The fact that their NFL debuts came on the same field on the same day, both as backups in a blowout. And the game was so out of hand in Baltimore that, McDermott let's put Allen in, why not? And Jackson did the same thing for the Ravens that day. And you have now 2 playoff meetings and the MVPs. There's just so much about them. There's not a lot left to say. I mean, I've got no time for anybody still left in the world who wants to tell me what Lamar Jackson isn't. It's just it's all set.
Speaking from my end of things here, it's not because I'm overlooking him at all. It's just, taking it for granted. What I'm taking for granted is that he's great, and it'll be a really big challenge to contain him. And good luck if you can. So that's where I'm at. On Henry, go ahead.
The reason I bring it up is this. Yeah, and I wasn't implying we haven't given him enough due respect. But the reason why I bring it up is in the playoff game, they didn't have him run the ball much.
Yeah.
Right? He didn't take it out. I remember being on the field going, boy, if he pulls that out, he's got room. They have not done that yet. He had 6 runs. I'm looking at it now for 39 yards. And I think maybe only 2 were designed runs all night. The rest were him scrambling. And the reason I bring this up is because in that game, it wasn't part of the game plan. And I just wonder if that becomes much more of the game plan this time around.
Well, I always say with him how it should be. The game they lost to Kansas City was the same thing. He slid on the second play, and he had space, and just sort of maybe has an instinct to not do it. I don't know what that is, but yeah, the Bills should want that.
Yeah,
the Bills should want him to, not run, I guess.
Sale, how about the middle of the defensive line for the Bills, especially the new guys, Sanders and Walker specifically, and this matchup, both Lamar Jackson and, of course, Derrick Henry. I know I read some quotes from McDermott talking about the unique challenge and just how they would not have experienced anything close to this playing college football last year.
Yeah. One of them was in the locker room this week and talking, and this was relayed to me by another reporter, and I apologize for not remembering, but saying hey, asking are these guys, Derrick Henry, really that tough to tackle? Is he really that big? Yeah. That was the response from his teammates, right? Which is, you're in for something you've never seen before. That's 100% right. And look, I really like what I've seen from Deion Walker. I like what I've seen from TJ Sanders. If it wasn't for how good Deion Walker has looked, maybe we'd be talking more about TJ Sanders, but I think Deion Walker has looked tremendous. This is different, though. This is obviously regular season action against guys that it matters to everybody here, and they're going to have their starters and their regular players. But the other part that really matters is now it's game planning. Now it's, okay, rookie, we got a couple of things for you. You think you see one thing, but you don't really see this. And look what happened last year on the first play of scrimmage in Baltimore. That's Ed Oliver who got wham blocked, right? I mean, he didn't see it coming. And this is now, they're going to have something in store for these rookies. So they're going to have to be able to kind of withstand all of that. Yes, I love what I've seen from them, and maybe we could see right away out of the gate these guys making an impact. Interesting, today on the Extra Point Show, Sean McDermott joined me. And he came right out and said, these guys got to play a lot. They're going to play a lot on Sunday night. So here we go. Put your big boy pants on and let's go.
One more name on the Ravens. Bulldog mentioned the practice squad guy. Charlie Kolar is their other tight end now with, you saw a little bit of him last year too, but with Likely out. What's funny about the Ravens, they draft 2 tight ends at a time, and the second one has been better every time. They drafted Hayden Hurst even before Jackson. And then it was Mark Andrews. And in 22, only a dozen or so picks apart, they picked Kolar out of Iowa State. He was a good receiver as a tight end at Iowa State. And then they picked Likely, and Likely has had the better career so far. But Kolar, in fantasy, my fantasy friends like him, sort of as a late round, long shot. Now he's going to get a chance here in this game. I don't know if he'll get targets. Before you go, Sal, what did you think of all the spitting last night?
I just think it's disgusting either way. I mean, I didn't see the Dak part of it until today when I got up.
Okay.
When I saw what Jalen Carter did, I just thought it was terrible and disgusting, and no way he should be on a football field after that. I mean, at least for that game, we'll see what happens. I don't know. There's a lot of discourse on it. You say, I know that Dak spit, and then I guess to me it becomes almost like a judgment call. Like, was he spitting on the ground or at somebody? I don't think there's ever any situation where you should ever spit on another human being.
No. I listen, it's irrefutably true that Prescott was spitting, but he's spitting on the ground. Even if it's in the direction, if he's staring at Jalen Carter while spitting on the ground, it is absolutely not anywhere near the offense of what Carter did. It's just, I can't even believe that there's a debate going on out there. Oh, I shouldn't say I can't, because we debate every asinine thing ever now. But that blows my mind. It's so... There is absolutely, in my book, one thing. You could walk up to me and put your middle finger right in my face, and I'm not going to take a swing at you. You walk up to me and spit on me, I'm swinging. Like, I'm sorry. That's it. Those are the rules. Like, you just do not do that.
Yeah.
Terrible. And, I don't know if he's going to get suspended. I know everybody's calling for a suspension, but it was very interesting, the wording from some of the NFL insiders today, the national reporters, who multiple of them wrote something along the lines of, let's remember he effectively missed a whole game anyway. I'm like, okay, someone's telling you that from the league to basically put it out there that they're not going to suspend him.
And they play the Chiefs next week, by the way.
Right.
What Prescott did is not a penalty.
Right.
And one of the NBC guys in all that weather delay said it's like a penalty against humanity or something like that, what Carter did. Words to that effect. So we're all on the same page there. Very good. Sal, should be a great weekend. Thanks for your time.
You got it. Thanks a lot, guys.
That's our dude, Sal Capaccio, on the West Her Hotline. His appearances are always brought to you by New York's only outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
Football Friday on WGR, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. More Football Friday talk next, 803-0550. The Bills will not have Tyler Bass, and they probably won't have Trey White Sunday night. What do you think? Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
Folks, Bulldog here for Dash's Markets. This football season, make sure
The season will get underway for the Bills Sunday night at home against Baltimore. Pre-game right here on WGR will get underway at 1 p.m. and carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20. We'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Some tough injury news for the Bills today. They have placed kicker Tyler Bass on IR. He has been battling a groin and hip issue. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games, but the Bills did sign Matt Prater to the practice squad. All expectations are he will be elevated for the game this weekend. And then cornerback Trey White, he is doubtful for Sunday after missing a 3rd straight practice with a groin issue. No other injury designations, though, for the game. And the Barnes from Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander will play, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely have both been officially ruled out. Tonight, Chiefs-Chargers down in Brazil, kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game is going to be free over on YouTube. And for the Chargers, guard Mekhi Becton is questionable due to an illness, while Chiefs rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals is out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman-Lott is questionable. And then some other injuries to keep an eye on for this weekend. Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is out versus the Raiders with a hamstring. Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons, questionable against Detroit due to a back issue. And then 49ers running back Chris McCaffrey did not practice today. That is being downgraded from limited yesterday. Picked up a calf injury. He is now questionable for Sunday against Seattle. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You got to have a lot of pride in where you're from and what you stand for in life, and that's no different now in football and how we treat this stadium, how we treat our community, and we take a lot of pride in ourselves and where we're from and who we play for and how we play. So in particular, playing at home, we've created a culture and a standard, and it's important for us when we take the field anywhere, but in particular at home.
Sean McDermott, as the Bills embark on their final season in their current stadium, and they open it in great fashion with the Baltimore Ravens and, maybe the signature game of the opening week of the season in the NFL, Sunday Night Football. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, Football Friday on WGR. The Friday Drive at 5 brought to you by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com, and by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com, and by Excelsior Orthopedics Express. Sidelined with a sprain, strain, or break, get to Excelsior Orthopedics Express. One day last week when you were off, I was sort of struggling for ideas. And I thought, you know what? We could just sort of kick back and talk about our favorite times at the stadium. It's a year for that. Mm-hmm. It's always kind of fun to do that. But, your favorite moment at the stadium. Something else came up and I didn't do it. But when I was prepared for this, and I would say that my favorite moments, like a play or just the day itself at the stadium in my life, was an opener.
The Jet game in the sun.
Yeah.
That they lost in overtime on kick return. Yeah.
Yeah, Chad Morton.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that day. Season tickets for the first time. Had a girlfriend for the first time.
Yes.
Just about.
Yes.
And just like enjoying the day with her, and the touchdown to Molds on a 4th down late in the 4th quarter that tied that game was an incredible moment. They had like a 4th and 13 or something, and it was about a 30-yard touchdown right in front of me. The best. And so that game went to overtime, and they immediately lost. Like just surreal to lose. They gave up 2 kickoff return touchdowns that day to Chad Morton, one to start overtime. Come on. But I loved that day.
Yeah. I'm just chuckling because you've mentioned, that's why I jumped you on it. I knew you were going to mention that. And I haven't, any other time you've brought it up, that's how I knew you were going to mention it, because you've talked about that day before. It's never tripped the wire that it just tripped just now. Because I remember that too. We weren't working together yet at that time. So I do remember you showing up to do a bit on pregame. I was early. I was like 8 to 10, and then maybe you were on
After that.
Yeah. And I remember you parking. I remember the car. I remember the girl.
She worked here.
Yeah. And then the rest of it, I was with a buddy of mine who worked here for a very short time. And I'm almost positive that his performance at the tailgate party that day, he didn't show up for work on Monday.
Okay.
And he got fired.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of what happened at the
because
tailgate?
Everyone saw that he was imbibing heavily, and then he called in sick on Monday, and that was it. He was pretty new, and he got canned.
Okay.
After that, I remember him also maybe falling asleep during the game, sitting in our seats. So yeah,
you were sitting with him.
Yeah, we went to the game together.
Okay.
Yeah. He's one of my oldest best friends, and if he's hearing this, he's not going to enjoy these memories. But I'm sorry, it just popped up. I've never thought about that sequence of events any one time that I've ever thought about that game when you've brought it up, but just for some reason, I'm like, oh yeah, that was that day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yup. Good job, bud.
Yeah.
I'm like,
well,
I got you an interview. You got the job, and then that's what you do. The hell. Anyway, yeah, they don't take my recommendations very seriously here.
Not anymore.
Then. It's a long time ago now. I mean, it is quite a long time ago. I've been here a long time.
23 years.
Jeez. Wow.
Do you have something, if it isn't that comes right to mind as your favorite day there? That's not the Winter Classic?
Right. I mean, or the Who concert. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of that. That's why the David White game, the game that won the division for the Bills in '95, stands out to me. It's not some seminal game in Bills history to most fans from that era. Even it's the end of they missed the playoffs in '94, but '95 they're back and okay, they win the division and David White makes his great play. But that's it. As far as a memorable moment, I don't. Because of what happened with my friend, I don't hold that Jet game in 2002 in very high regard. It's not a great memory. I think I mostly had blacked out until now. Suddenly it just came storming into the room. Like, hey, dude, remember that? Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yuck. So, yeah, that's why a lot of my other memories sort of outrank football games because I just did not get to the whole run. The beginning of the run, I'm not living here. By the time I'm back at the pizza place, and Sunday was a day that I was there. I mean, I was a manager, and it was a big day, so I was working most days. So I didn't get to a lot of it, So I don't have a ton, in the wheelhouse. So I feel sort of a little lacking in that area. For a year where there's going to be so many memories, I certainly want to hear stories from people, but I don't have a satchel full myself, really.
I've been to 3 playoff games, all in the Kelly years, and I can see where I was sitting for each one. They were all different, and I can remember how nervous I was. Right, the Bills, when I was a kid, weren't really in the playoffs. And then by 88, it would become more of a regular thing like it has now with Allen. And just being the Houston game in 88, this has been such a great season. Please don't lose. It's all on the line here. And then Miami in 90 and then Denver in 91, much the same. The Denver game was, memorable, but not fun. Because the whole Denver game was what's wrong with them?
Right.
What happened? Who flipped the switch?
How do they have no points?
What happened? I was there for Kansas City the week before, too, actually, and that was, a joyride of a game. Miami, the same thing, 90 Miami in the snow. Just please don't lose. This will be the worst. And I so love the 92 win in Miami because I know those fans would have felt that. Nothing personal, but
right, sure.
Just that had to be the worst. Here's a chance to go to the Super Bowl. It's Buffalo, your nemesis, and they go into your stadium and win handily.
Right, and Dan Marino hasn't been to the Super Bowl since his second year, which is now, 10 years ago at that point almost?
Almost, 84.
9, yeah.
So just what a pit in your stomach from that, and, that was our day. So, but those don't top, sort of being grown up and having that year, that day. The 02 was filled with great games. The Raiders game, they also lost, but just a shootout. It was a crazy season. Miami in the snow, San Diego with Breeze in the snow, Detroit. There were lots of great games, and there was the New England game, which was the worst. Fourth and stupid. Right? That was the worst in the middle of that season. Right. Brady and Bledsoe for the first time.
I left that game after that play.
Good for you.
That was also for me. I wasn't working. There was the little pocket of my career here where I wasn't working after games because I was working mornings on this station at that time before I got partnered up with you. And so, but prior to that switch to me working mornings, which started after Music City Miracle, so early in 2000 is when that began. I was always post-game when I was on WBEN, and then when I got paired back up with you, I went back to post-game. So that little pocket in there, I didn't exactly have season tickets, but I had tickets to any game I wanted. Basically, I was there working, and fine, here's a pair, here's a pair, here's a pair.
Sure.
So I went to a ton of games in there, and none of them stand out as like great memories in the stadium for me because again, fourth and stupid. I'm leaving. I'm going home. This should be fresh and exciting for me. I'm still young enough to be excited about having an opportunity to go to these games regularly, which I'd never had before, and I'm gonna beat the traffic. I'm just gonna get the hell out of here.
That game was just shocking because it wasn't supposed to happen. The Bills were supposed to have gotten the better guy. Although New England had won the Super Bowl, that was not everybody. It was not unanimous, but it wasn't really supposed to happen that they would be just completely outclassed by Brady and Belichick, and it was a sign of things to come.
For sure.
It was their first head-to-head. I mean, Brady, again, the year before had beaten the Bills, so it wasn't his first game against the Bills, but it was Bledsoe's first against the Patriots, and what is it, 38-7 or 37-7?
Just bad.
Something like that, 37-6. It's in the ballpark. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, Football Friday, picks at 6. We'll be right back. This is WGR. Welcome back. Take a drive around the league, brought to you by Mike Barney Nissan. Awesome cars, great dealership, lousy jingle. What's not awesome? Having Christian McCaffrey in fantasy and finding out that he's listed as questionable with a calf injury that has come up this week. Questionable is the nightmare.
You'd rather have out or even doubtful. Like you could take action there.
Sure.
Questionable is like
out. You play someone else.
Maybe, I don't know.
Questionable when it's your first round pick in week 1. What do? It depends on depth. You got to make a guess, because if the 49ers play it out, they play late Sunday.
Right.
So there'll be half or more of the league will be, done or started before McCaffrey's team plays. And, they will usually take those things up to the inactives, which are an hour and a half. They could even dress them and not use them, which would be weird. I don't know why you would do that. But you don't, I guess I would say then if he does dress, you probably put him in. Because why would you dress him and not use him?
Probably. That would be weird. Yeah.
But if he's not 100%,
it's
week 1, they'll probably sit him.
That is extending the smoke screen to an unnecessary extent. You know, like if you want to guard against a team, having the information that he's not going to be there way ahead of time, okay. But putting him in uniform only to not use him would be just, I think, dumb.
Also around the league, Ross Tucker is excited about the press box food in New Orleans.
I don't think that's the press box food. That was a cafeteria.
That's right.
The team facility. He was there. I guess he's doing that game to meet with coaches and whatever. And right.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
He was on the call last night too. I didn't hear him, but I heard it previewed. In fact, I was out. I ran some errands after I got home last night, and I was listening to the pregame here on WGR, and it was the Golics Senior and Junior were anchoring that coverage, and just as they were going to a commercial, as I was getting back home after running these errands, it was like, coming up next, Kevin Harlan and Ross Tucker from, I'm like, oh, yeah, Ross. So, but he's in New Orleans for this game tomorrow.
Yes.
Or Sunday, excuse me.
I'm not sure how much this is really around the league, but comeback player of the year odds are out.
Okay.
Hendrickson. No. Why am I blanking on the Lions guy? Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Hendrickson
sure.
in Cincinnati.
Right.
Aiden Hutchinson is the favorite, coming off a bad leg injury.
Right.
Which I guess is how it works now.
Right.
McCaffrey is one of the favorites, actually, too.
Okay. Tough start for him, then.
Zach Moss is 150-1. Where is Zach Moss?
I don't think he's on a team.
The Bengals let him go. They reworked his contract earlier in the offseason, and then I think he was released unless he was brought back. But not in New York, of course, but he is on the Bet Online list of comeback player of the year.
Okay, there it is.
Candidates.
There it is. Yeah. All
looking around the league. Tonight there's a game. The Chiefs and the Chargers. Can't wait. In Brazil. Kurt Warner says they've done a lot of work on the field, but it's going to rain maybe, and we don't know what that means if that happens. So watch out.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube for the game tonight. Everybody's got YouTube, right?
I mean,
you don't need YouTube TV. You just need YouTube.
Just need regular old YouTube. Yeah.
Regular old YouTube. Fine.
Hopefully you've got that on your phone, if nowhere else.
Get it on your phone. Get it everywhere.
Throw it up on the screen if you don't have it on your TV at home.
Yep.
Although if you have a TV that will accept your phone's video footage, you probably have a TV that has apps on it anyway, and so you probably have the YouTube app anyway. So I'll shut up.
Everybody's covered, I think, on this
You
one.
need the 60-year-old guy giving you advice on tech, on how to get this game to Holy cow.
Oh,
shut up!
I have serious problems in this area now because I'm podcasting a lot, and the Wi-Fi just dumps on me. So my guys, like ADP chasing guys, are like, just get an Ethernet cord. You don't need a big fancy. Just get an Ethernet cord. So I did.
By the end of the run, when I was at home all the time, I finally did that.
Not expensive. I did that, and it's dumped on me 3 times anyway.
Oh.
For reasons I cannot understand. And I have a 15-year-old and a 14-year-old. So I'm good. Like I've got a whole tech staff in my house.
Right.
They don't know either. So it's a cry for help.
Sounds like you got to move to a new house. That's what's going to happen there.
I just need. I could probably do well to invest in a setup. Like a lot of people did that during COVID for Zoom calls all the time and different things. My wife took a room in our house and made that her office, so that room's taken. But I was going from my basement a lot, and I think maybe that was worse than when I went upstairs. And usually when I was on with you, I would be upstairs, and that almost never dumped out on me. But I don't know. Any advice is welcomed. Send me an email. Next, we have picks. It's been fun going around the league and into my house, through my house here, and the Drive at 5 and the Football Friday and the whole thing. Each of us is tied for the lead, 1-0. After last night, Dallas, a pretty comfortable cover. If it can be that. I guess Philadelphia always was one more big play away from taking us down, but Dallas was in that game throughout, had a good chance of winning. So that's how we start. We'll give you our 5 pro picks and 1 college when we come back.
4 pro picks and 1 college.
4 and 1, right. Unless you want to add tonight separately.
No, I don't want to.
4 and 1 then. You were right.
I've done my work already. I don't want to.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog back after the update here on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills will be getting their 2025 season underway. Sunday Night Football at home against Baltimore. Pre-game on Sunday will get underway at 1 p.m. and carry you all the way to kickoff at 8:20. We'll then hand things off to Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio, who will be on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Ahead of the game, Bills did place kicker Tyler Bass on IR. He has been battling a groin and hip issue. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games. Bills, though, did sign Matt Prater to the practice squad earlier this week. And then cornerback Trey White, he is officially doubtful for Sunday. He misses a 3rd straight practice with a groin injury. No other injury designations, though, for the game. And then the Barnes Firm Injury Report. It is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help. Call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Ravens side of things, cornerback Jair Alexander is going to play, while fullback Patrick Ricard and tight end Isaiah Likely officially have been ruled out. Tonight, Chief Chargers down in Brazil, kickoff just after 8 o'clock. That game is going to be free over on YouTube. And then injury notes, Chargers guard Mekhi Becton questionable due to an illness, while the Chiefs have rookie wide receiver Jalen Royals as out, and defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott is questionable. And then looking ahead to the weekend, Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is out versus the Raiders, a hamstring injury. Packers edge Micah Parsons questionable against Detroit due to a back issue. And then 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey did not practice today due to a calf injury. He is questionable for Sunday against Seattle, but did appear positive and believes he will be able to play when speaking with the media after practice. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And we've got a Friday night game. Chiefs at Chargers. This is the Chargers home game, and it's in Brazil. Advantage Chiefs then, because they don't have to go to L.A., I guess?
I don't even know going to L.A.
They don't lose a home game.
It's just not right, but it's not that challenging. I don't think there's that much of an advantage.
They'll have the crowd.
Playing the Chargers somewhere else, because playing in L.A., they would have had half the crowd or more anyway.
They have won their last 11 road games against the Chargers.
I saw from, I think it was Adam Schefter earlier today, Herbert and Mahomes have met 8 times now, and in 7 of those 8, there's been a lead change after the 2-minute warning or in overtime, and the Chiefs are 6-1 in those 7 games. The 7 times that's happened, the Chiefs have won 6 of the 7.
Right. The Chargers won a Thursday night game, I think it was, a night game at Arrowhead. Mike Williams, I want to say, made the play. That would be the one of those 7. But they're usually great games. I love watching these two teams play. I mean, they've been fun, higher-scoring games. Kelsey had a monster game that was good for fantasy, Mike, a couple of years ago. I mean, we'll see what he is, right? Like, he's got some hype going right now around. There is some hype around Travis Kelsey right now. Like, he's in better shape, more of a commitment this year. We'll see. If that actually bears out, then what a steal he was in your fantasy drafts, Kelsey, because like he was tight end 7 or something.
Yeah,
there.
right.
He was going after Tyler Warren for much of the summer, the Colts rookie, who I like too. But, I mean, Kelsey is always like a first, second round pick, depending on format. And then we sort of got not bored, but he's done, and maybe he's not. I'm sure we're all hoping that he is. This is also
definitely are hoping that he is. I am, anyways. Yeah.
When you watch the game tonight, you'll notice that each end zone is painted for one of the two teams. So even though it's a Chargers home game, one of the end zones is the Chiefs' yellow Chiefs end zone. And the league said that this is what they'll be doing going forward in all the international games.
Okay.
Because, you watch a game in London and it's the Vikings and the Browns and one is the home team. Like, it's sort of their, and it's all,
right.
like they're the ribbon board. They make an effort for that team to be the home team, but maybe they're going to do that differently, or maybe it'll just be the end zones. But since 2017, it's always been one team, except in the Super Bowl. On a neutral site. All the other international games had one team represented in both end zones. That changes tonight.
You got a minute here before we get to picks. I don't know how much time you need for picks. I just want to mention something. I promise this will not leave us off in an awkward spot, but high school football season is cranking up here. There's a slate of games tonight, and I was at a funeral yesterday for a high school friend of mine's dad, who Paul Gagliardi. 50 years, Section 6 official, football and basketball.
Awesome.
You should have seen the church. You've never seen so many football-looking guys like my age or older in your life. But what a 50 years. He's going into the Section 6 Athletic Hall of Fame, posthumously now, because he passed away at the end of August. But what a scene. I just wanted to mention his name, because a lot of people that are going to high school football right now definitely know the name, heard the name, shared fields with him. So, Godspeed, Mr. Cagliardi.
Grand Island's home tonight. I know that. Let's get to picks.
And what if I did do it, even though I admit to nothing and never will? What does that make me? And I'm not here just defending myself, but all those pickers out there who've been caught. Each and every one of them who has to suffer the shame and humiliation because of people like you.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Are we not human? If we pick, do we not bleed?
On WGR.
I am not an animal.
Sports Radio 550.
I'm embarrassed that yesterday I even called into question the results of last year's picks contest, because it was not particularly close. I think you won by 6 games or 5.5, whatever. You comfortably won.
Yes.
And I didn't remember at all. I just never remember anymore. So, kudos to you. Great job.
Oh, I deserve it. I deserve that compliment. So here we go. A new season actually started last night. We both were on Dallas plus 8.5, whatever it was last night, and that worked. So 1-0. Shall I?
You should.
Just because of last year? I don't know.
Yeah, no, this carries over. Yeah, this is like whatever. We're going to a playoff in a golf match. You won the last hole.
Okay, I have the tee.
Yep.
Just the usual week one disclaimer. Who knows about any of this? Right? I know in Survivor, and I don't know what you'll do with this game, if anything, but everybody seems to like Denver. Denver is a pretty big favorite, and I'm doing a Survivor entry with Trista Crick. She's like, oh, Denver. Rookie quarterback at Denver against that defense. The way I am, like, that, it's a little bit too obvious for me, Like, I just... And there's the game theory part with Survivor, but just like, I'm not taking Denver. I'm not going to take Tennessee either. But what do we know what Tennessee is? No. Cam Ward, it's Bo Nix. Like, that's a sure thing. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to pick Denver this week. But, you hear Tennessee, you hear people talk, like, they talk about the Titans like they know what that's going to be. And you can't. In fact, on Bet Sweats this morning, it's a long way to go on a game I'm not using, but Paul, their producer, brought up that game, and he's like, Bill Callahan, Brian's father, is the offensive line coach for the Titans. And he's coached lots of games over the years in Denver as a head coach of the Raiders. He's like, he'll know what to do with the snap count. They've known about this game for months. I feel like Tennessee might not be bothered by, the noise and the atmosphere in Denver.
But lack of talent probably is going to catch up with them, I might expect. But still, okay.
We'll see. We don't know what Ward is.
Right.
Ridley can play. Pollard's good. Who knows? I'm off Denver, but I'm not taking Tennessee either, like a big baby. All right, here's who I do want. A little bit obvious going against sort of my last point, but I'll take Minnesota -1.5 at the Bears. I need the Bears to show me. I mean, they were terrible last year, and they have a new coach, but they have a lot of the same players. Some changes on the lines, but I feel like Minnesota has a great roster. And there's a second-year quarterback. They're both second-year quarterbacks, I guess, but right. McCarthy didn't play at all. He's had an excellent college career. Kevin O'Connell, I trust that. Brian Flores, I trust that more. So -1.5 in the Monday night game. Vikings on the road. I have talked myself into Pittsburgh winning at the Jets. -2.5 at FanDuel, less than the field goal. Just Pittsburgh's a serious team, and the Jets are not. Like, maybe, who knows? It doesn't have to be right. Aaron Rodgers is old, and people make fun of the Steelers. But one team is serious, the other is not serious. Pittsburgh -2.5. I like that, and Matt Schauf brought this up earlier. It does sound like they want to give it to Jaylen Warren. And Warren is sort of a fantasy darling, but he's never gotten the big workload with Najee Harris there. They do have Caleb Johnson, a rookie, but it sounds like Warren is going to be the leader for the Steelers. Probably not bell cow, but could be a step forward for him. Now I'm going to have some fun. I've liked this game since the schedule came out and spreads came out, and I've talked about it a few times. I'm taking the Giants, +6.5 at Washington. Washington was the kind of team that who knows what Tennessee can be, right? Like, just kind of out of nowhere. Nobody liked Kingsbury. People weren't excited about Dan Quinn, really kind of a cliche coach. And here's the Heisman winner, and he's amazing. And they go to the NFC Championship. Wow. I want to see I don't know. I don't want to make a negative point about Washington because they had a great season and they didn't look like a fluke. The Giants have a lot to work with, and they've been so bad for so many years, mostly. But Russell Wilson, Malik Neighbors healthy. I just kind of think maybe there'll be something there. Defensively, they've got studs.
Yeah.
So, couple of turnovers, start to feel good, new season, 0-0, all that stuff. Tight end Theo Johnson is interesting to me, late round fantasy option. There are a lot of those tight ends you could go with there, but I kind of like him. And I'm going to go with the Giants +6.5. It's not 7, but I'll do that over the Commanders. I feel like they could win the game. And this one is just for – I'll take the Saints. We don't know anything, right? We don't know anything.
Right.
The Cardinals -6.5 on the road. Everybody loves it. New Orleans is going to be the proverbial dumpster fire season. They've put off all these decisions and cap things, and like their reckoning is coming. Maybe it's here. Spencer Rattler. They never lose their openers, the Saints. I mean, it's kind of how we've talked about them for a few years, but they always win week 1. At home, 6.5 against a Cardinals team that has a lot to prove. I'll just for fun, I'll take New Orleans. And then I'm not actually going to bet that game. And in college, I think I'm supposed to take Oklahoma. +5.5? Minus
yeah,
5.5.
they're favored, yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
-5.5 at home against Michigan. Bet Sweats was making fun of how, like, everybody loves Michigan. And so, Sam, like,
yeah.
Anytime it's like that, you go the other way.
All right.
I'll take Oklahoma -5.5 at home, and I hate Michigan, so that's easy.
All right, well, we'll have a little fun here because while I'm going to ride with you on the Giants getting 6.5 at Washington, I am going to take the same 6.5. Well, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to lay it with the Cardinals at the Saints. So that I'll say. When you mention the Giants game, I'm like, I don't, week 1, I don't want to match games, but the Cardinals Saints will be a nice offset to that because obviously one of us is going to win it, one of us is going to lose. Right? I mean, there can't be a push at 6.5.
Correct.
So we'll have a winner there. So those are 2 of mine. I will take the Giants for all the reasons you said. I mean, Abdul Carter, Brian Byrne, they've got dudes that can get to the quarterback on that team now. Thibodeau, even he has not really smashed yet, but he's still got this athletic profile that should be exciting and enticing. So I'm into that. So I'll take them, and the Cardinals. I don't even know. We drafted Kyler Murray on our fantasy team. I hate the Cardinals. I hate Kyler Murray. So I guess I'm just pushing my chips in on things that are completely contrary to what I believe. So I'll go Arizona, I guess. Are they wearing those Desert Storm uniforms yet? No. Okay, anyway. So those are 2 of my 5. The rest of the NFL picks, I will take the Raiders getting 2.5 at New England. we talked about it very early today. I think maybe with Sam. I don't remember how it came up, but how many good players does New England have exactly?
No, that's his. This is his game.
Okay, I like Drake May. They've got Diggs. Their best defensive player, maybe their best player, most important player after May is out in this game. Their outstanding corner, Christian Gonzalez. So I will take the Raiders and cross my fingers, getting 2.5. And the other NFL game, my Falcons. I've got the Cardinals. I'm going to take the Falcons. I have a long history of unreasonable, almost unfounded hatred of the Atlanta Falcons, but I really like Michael Penix Jr. So I'm going to be conflicted about that all year long. They're getting 1.5 hosting Tampa. I think those two teams should duke it out at Carolina. Maybe could sneaky come around the last turn and catch them. I don't know. But I think those two teams will duke it out for the NFC South. And I'll take Atlanta at home, getting 1.5.
Okay.
Against Tampa. For college, I'm gonna roll tonight. Eastern Washington at Boise State.
What?
That just, to me, absolutely screams out as a game that's going to be 70-6. So 29.5 is the line.
31.5.
It's gone to 31.5. Holy cow. I didn't check the college lines. Thank you for checking.
I just wanted to look at it. I'm looking at it now. It also screams picks are back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love
Eastern Washington.
I love the early season ridiculous spread games. I have.
Oh yeah,
do you want to know?
A lot of them this week.
Do you want to know what the parlay I've got?
I do.
College football. Let me get it up here.
I think Jim Brinson went to Eastern Washington.
Let's see. Boise minus 29.5. Penn State minus 41.5. Texas minus 36.5. Texas Tech minus 48.5.
You're not including Ohio State and their 55.5 against Grambling?
I mixed in Iowa and Kansas on the money line.
All right.
That's my action for tomorrow.
That parlay sucks.
It's a $10 bet. The buyout right now is $5.82.
Don't you want to be wrong about any of those games and just sort of root for the underdog because they're playing Texas or they're playing Penn State? And how cool would it be if they won? Like the time Appalachian State beat Michigan?
Yeah, okay, that would be awesome. I don't care. I'm probably not going to watch any of these games. So
it's the kind of game you go to if it's close late.
Sure.
Like that, I want to see if they can actually do it.
Yeah. And if the bet's tanked already, then I'll have no problem rooting for an underdog. And it's very possible the bet is tanked by the time the Kansas game is ending. That game's 3 hours later than the rest of them. The rest are all, Boise State is tonight, and then the others are all noon kickoffs tomorrow or thereabouts. Yeah, 12:25. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that's my college action. There's nothing to do with our picks contest, but anyway.
This game on TV tonight?
They're all on TV, Mike.
Fair. Steven Tyler Loop. The Ravens kicker's name is Steven Tyler Loop. That's got to be Steven Tyler.
Oh, yeah. That's an Aerosmith family. No doubt.
Good. I have time to fit this in. Again, it's from that same baseball book. An all-time great baseball player was named for a musician, perhaps like Steven Tyler Loop. And I never knew it because you'd have to know his middle name. He has two, actually. I think it was this player's mom. Ricky Henderson.
Whoa.
Who is he going to have been named for?
Miles Davis.
No, his first name is Ricky.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't.
Like it could have been Ricky Miles Davis Henderson or something like that?
Yeah.
No, it's not that.
Sorry,
it's a Ricky.
Ricky Nelson?
Yes. Ricky Henderson was named after Ricky Nelson. Garden Party. Right? Like that's what, the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was born on Christmas, maybe in like 59 or late 50s. And his mom named him after Ricky Nelson. Ricky Nelson Henley Henderson is his full name. Was his full name. He's deceased.
All right.
I love the chapter on him by Joe Posnanski. It's about how 33 people didn't vote for him for the Hall of Fame his first year. And he does this whole thing like, all right, I get it. Unanimous has its special unwritten, status. Only Mariano Rivera has ever been inducted unanimously. Okay, I get it. But he's like, how could you go through life as somebody who didn't vote for Rickey Henderson for the Hall of Fame. And moreover, why would you want to? He's like the most fun player ever. Somebody else said, like Bill James or somebody, he's 3 Hall of Famers. The stolen bases, the leadoff homers, the runs, the hits. He's the rings. Like he's so many Hall of Famers in one. Why would you want to go through life not voting for him?
Because of what I think he not the first $1 million baseball player?
Maybe.
Like, I think he represented. There's probably animosity. It became too much about a guy and less about the team, and just sort of surly with the media and what. But I think there was a time where I did not like Rickey Henderson at all as a player. So much so that a friend for my 30th birthday party made a piñata dressed up like Rickey Henderson.
Wow. He wasn't on the Red Sox then yet.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he was playing at that time, but the piñata's in an A's uniform. But anyway, it's animosity toward, I think, what he represents. And now, of course, he, obviously doesn't even tip the radar now as someone that was, maybe perceived that way then. Now, I don't think he'd even get any attention for his personality. The sport is just so different now. But I think there was a time where he was sort of too brash, I think.
Okay, I think you're right. Someone else often described as too brash, Matt Schauf of Draft Sharks. No, that's completely not how Matt is. He joined us earlier to talk about Christian McCaffrey and some of the Bills' weapons going into Week 1. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, that's next. Football Friday continues. We'll be back in a snap, brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
Folks, Bulldog here. Tell you about the car show that's